start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. I don't think we have a flag queued up, right? That's
There
okay.
isn't one in the doc.
We typically don't do it during a work session.
Oh, okay. Well, move along then. Next item is the roll call of board members. So I'll call on Ms. Tressler for our roll call.
Dr. Bader.
Here.
Ms. Badal.
Here.
Ms. Brandt.
Here.
Ms. Concepcion.
Here.
Dr. Duffy.
Here.
Mr. Fazzard.
Here.
Mr. Hutchinson.
I just got a text from Jim. He has the wrong link, so he will be getting on shortly.
Okay. And is David with us?
No, I'm here. You were talking about David, right?
Right. I don't see David. Okay. And Mr. Leos, you're here.
Here.
Ms. Sidney.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay. So just a little overview of this evening. This is a work session, so we will have public comment at the end of the meeting because this is not a voting meeting, but there will be time for public comment at the end. And I think I'll turn it over to Dr. O'Donnell at this point.
Thanks, Amber. Appreciate it. I know we're here tonight to discuss athletics, and I'll welcome our guests here momentarily, including members of our health and safety team and Dr. Sebastianelli. However, since we've had an increase in cases during the past few days, we'd like to have Maciek Bani, who's a community member and Penn State epidemiologist who's been helping all along with our planning. I'd like for him to give us an overview of how he sees things, where we stand at this time. So Maciek, thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks, Amber. So a reminder as to what our closing criteria were. The range for considering closing was going to be 80 to 120 cases in a 7-day period in Center County, or 50 to 75 cases in SCASD zip codes over 7 days, or a positivity rate between 5 and 7.5% over the last 7 days, or Mount Nittany Health Center getting to critical care capacity, which we were interpreting roughly as 2/3 full in the ICU. So we haven't hit any of those markers yet, but we are close, and the data don't look like they're moving in the right direction. So I'll give a short summary of some of the percentages. So the last 7 days at Penn State was about 11% positive in the symptomatic testing, and the last 7 days from Mount Nittany was just under 2% positive in the symptomatic testing. And the Mount Nittany numbers were larger, so when you average those two, it's somewhere around 3% for the last 7 days. But it's not good news that on campus, the very first week, the numbers were that high. The new daily case numbers in Center County, all summer, they were in the 3 to 7 range, so just single-digit numbers of new cases daily. And then Friday, it was 29 cases. Over the weekend, it was 22 cases. And a lot of those, most of those, so maybe 2/3-ish, are in SCASD zip codes. About more than half are in the 16801, 16802, 16803 zip codes. And the zip code and the Center County data don't match up perfectly, maybe because they're reported on different days. But it's also not great news that most of the cases tend to be right in the zip codes where the schools are and where we all live. So I don't expect things to get better based on the number of cases that we saw over the weekend, based on the reports of students, undergraduates with symptoms reporting today to University Health Services. They're not tested yet, and the test results may not be available till Wednesday. The expectation is that the numbers will continue going up all week. That's not a guarantee. There's a small chance that we could be very surprised and the numbers could go down, but I'm not expecting that. So we're not at 7 days yet, so that means we haven't hit any of our markers. We're at 3 days. When we get to 5 days, it's time to, I think, have a conversation and ask ourselves if we want to wait till 7 or if we want to assess the data at 5 days and make a decision at that point. Any questions on that summary?
Yeah, Dr. Bonnie, I know, as the email was shared from Dr. O'Donnell today, there were a lot of people asking why we include the University Park data in our parameters. Could you maybe speak to why that matters?
Sure. So the undergraduates, I mean, they can be 0 degrees of separation from SCASD if the parent is a faculty member with another student in school. They can be 2 degrees of separation from a SCASD student or employee if they're from out of state and their primary contacts are other undergraduates, maybe who are also out of state or international. So it's not out of the, let's see, how many positive tests did we have? 14 out of the symptomatics and another 13 that were asymptomatic. So out of those 27 students, we don't know who they are or what their contacts, how close of a degree of separation they have to the community and to students, faculty and teach and staff at SCASD. So this is a little bit subjective. I mean, I'd like other people's opinions on this. I mean, how much of a risk is it if 10 undergraduates, we don't know who they are, but 10 undergraduates are infected? How much of a risk is that to all of us who maybe we go to the same giant, maybe we don't, maybe we see the same people, maybe we don't. Any opinions on this?
Well, since I asked the question, I'll answer. The reason it concerns me, and you can tell me if I have this as accurate as appropriate, but when we're talking about a potential incubation period of anywhere from 3 to 14 days, with a number of days that may be asymptomatic in an individual with COVID, while we could have a student who's in the dorms, with that length of time, they could have visited several places throughout the community. So, I understand some community members' perspective saying, well, these are potentially a large number of kids who are living on campus, but even those kids are, right up adjacent to our downtown. And with that long incubation period, the number of primary contacts they may have could be substantial, even if they are in all remote classes and not interacting with any professors whatsoever. If they've been to Target every other day and Starbucks and a restaurant and other things, that puts them in contact with other community members at possibly several points in one day, let alone over 3 to 14 days. So would you say that that's accurate?
Well, so the incubation period is not the same thing as the period during which you're infectious.
Okay.
And the period during which you're infectious, it's from day 3 to day 8 or day 3 to day 10. And in the middle of that, you're the most infectious. At the beginning, you're not very infectious. And I mean, Amy, the answer to your question is this could have happened. There could have been a student at a Target on Saturday who, touched or sneezed on something that a community member then picked up. Is that likely? I really don't know. I mean, we've all been quite good over the last many months about wearing masks and, practicing, a lot more type of hand hygiene and other type of hygiene than we do. I mean, Amy's right at the end of the day that the risk already is non-zero. Whether the risk is at this moment at 1% or 6% or 12%, I of course don't know. It does, if I had to guess, it does take one round of infection to get out of the undergraduates. And that doesn't happen immediately. That doesn't happen in like 3 or 6 hours. That takes several days for the person to become infectious. It takes a day or two for them to contact somebody else. So in the first 3 or 5 days, it's not an emergency. The disease doesn't spread that rapidly, but it's certainly the time to talk and prepare in case Tuesday and Wednesday, we also see 20 cases a day. At that point, we'll be into day 5, day 6, and then the risk is much higher that these contacts have been happening and we haven't been noticing them.
Thanks.
That's helpful. Gretchen?
Yeah, I just had a question about Penn State students in SCASD. So are any Penn State students in the classrooms? Are any Penn State students working for SEAL? or volunteering for the district or working in any sports programs in the district?
We did move the student teachers to remote. I can't speak to SEAL, or I'm unaware of anybody volunteering with our athletics teams.
All right, Laurel?
Thanks. I was just checking, when it says that the zip code is 16802, that's exclusively people who are living on campus. Is that correct?
Yes, a student with an O1 zip code is registered in the Department of Health as an O1.
Okay. And just to follow up on what Dr. Bader was saying about the student going out to Target, it's not just professors that are coming from the community in, it's food service workers and custodial staff and people who are selling books and all kinds of things. So there is a lot of back and forth. And in many cases, those people are having even closer contact with students than professors are.
Yep. So it's true. The risk is non-zero. So the 31 positives out of 50,000 Penn State undergrads and staff and faculty that are mixing, every person that you contacted that's a Penn State affiliate today had a 1 in 1,000 chance of being one of those people. Now, 1 in 1,000 isn't a lot. That's a low chance. But of course, all the people on this Zoom call, there's 15 of us here, and each of you may have, been around 5 people. So 15 times 5, 1 in 1,000 chances. Maybe it's now a risk that we're uncomfortable taking. So, I mean, to everybody on this call, is that, or whether we're uncomfortable taking that risk today or Wednesday or Thursday, is subjective. There's no, the unpredictability is enough that there's no guarantees of whether Wednesday is the right day to close or Thursday or Tuesday. I mean, I wish I had that guarantee, but it's, this part's subjective. Bob, do you want me to say what my recommendation would be?
Sure. Not that I want to listen.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're in the first round of infection. We're in the first generation of infections. So we'll be in that first generation tomorrow and Wednesday, and by Wednesday or Thursday, there will be a second round of individuals who were infected from the first group of individuals, generating a new level of infections. And that's the real point. That's the point at which these individuals may not be other undergraduates. They could be somebody at Target or a staff member that came into contact with an undergraduate. Mm-hmm. So the first 3 days of an outbreak like this are not explosive. But by day 5, 6, 7, you start getting into your second generation of infections. By day 8, 9, 10, you're into your third generation of infections. So by Wednesday evening, if no data have changed, so imagine that we don't get any new information by Wednesday evening, I would say that Wednesday evening is a good time to consider closing for Thursday and Friday and evaluating, because what if there's surprisingly great news on Friday? We could open on Monday. It's possible. It's not a high probability, but it's possible.
Can I just make 2 comments? One is, when we think about the 16802 zip code students and their connections in the community, we cannot discount the mandatory masking orders that are in place. The chances of that student getting someone in Target infected at this point, because of the mitigation measures we have in place, are quite low. It's a different conversation about those living in an apartment that get together off campus, or those on a dorm floor that are living in close quarters. I understand that. But I think we have to be a little bit cautious about treating this as if it was March 1st and none of us knew what was going on and had no ideas about transmission and exposure, and we weren't doing anything at that point really to be aware of the risk of the virus as we were walking around in the community. The other thing that I will comment on is, as we think about opening and closing, the 2 days here, 2 days there are going to be really, really hard for our families. Those who have parents that have to work, the childcare situation one day to the next is a really, really hard thing for people with young school age kids that need childcare and families who are supposed to have, you know, 2-parent working households. So it's a challenge for sure. And I guess the other thought I'm having as we go through all this, I certainly understand at some point we are probably going to get to the point where we close. And I think I certainly have a varying level of opinion on Penn State and its connection to the community than some other people. But I think as we move forward, it's really, really important to track that data and continue to compare. If Penn State rates go up and the rest of center counties don't, that's valuable information too, that it's really not spreading to the community as quickly as people fear it might. And I think that's really important for consideration of reopening schools moving forward.
Yeah, I'll add, I agree with everything that Joy said. This type of risk assessment on 31 cases in a context at Target, it's very subjective. You could have great luck because people are masking, and we have been, and you could have bad luck because the 2 people that had risky contacts that day were a little bit negligent in their hygiene or their masking. So it's subjective, and I think any of these scenarios are possible. So I'll just, I know this type of uncertainty isn't the type of thing I'm supposed to be saying, and it doesn't sound great. It just sort of compels everybody to stare into their camera and say, what now? So I'll just repeat what I said at a previous meeting. I think knowing that we're going to have to make one of 2 choices, each of which has bad outcomes, I do think we should begin preparing for the riskiest outcomes on both ends. The riskiest outcomes for if we close to the students and the families that suffer the most, the riskiest outcomes for if we stay open, the faculty and staff who are most at risk. And I think that focus we're going to be in a difficult position no matter what happens, and that focus will help us minimize the risks of either of those difficult positions.
Yeah, agreed. Scott?
Yeah, Montrich and Joy, thank you. I agree, and I'm glad to hear you say multiple times about the subjective nature of some of these decisions and data points and interpretations, because the data is the data, and that's factual, but how it's used and how we interpret it, there's a lot of subjectivity to it. Montrich, you asked a specific question about an opinion regarding the students in 16802, and would we look at them differently? And I would say absolutely on that. However, the next question is, well, how would you look at them differently? And that I can't answer. So if we had 10 students within SCASD, those 10 would mean a lot more to me and my risk tolerance than would 10 students in 16802. But I can't say that that's a third, half, 75%, 80%, 98%, 2%. I don't know. I just know that they're not equal. That, and I think that's to the point that I think Joy brought up, that, it would be, and I think you also said, Montrich, I think that it would be interesting to see, if there is the level of community spread within the non-Penn State community as there is within the Penn State community. I mean, we went into this hoping that the students, that the Penn State students would behave, and we don't know yet whether they are or not. There's, I think, an equal number of data points suggesting both scenarios, but we also don't know how the non-Penn State community is, quote unquote, behaving, and are they being extra diligent in Target, in Walmart, in the grocery store, Giant Wegmans, whatever it might be, at Starbucks, because they now know the college students are back. I mean, I know in my building at work, there was a 2-week warning, a 1-week warning, and a everyday warning leading up to the students coming back that, hey, just keep in mind there's going to be increased traffic. Make sure that your hygiene is a little extra diligent, when you come into the office, et cetera. Keep people off of our floor. So there's a different level of acknowledgement of the risk, let's say, now that the Penn State students are back. And we don't know how the community at large is handling that, whether that's going to be successful or not successful. So that's another subjective data point of, if we close, we may never know that. But boy, you don't want to stay open and find out about it the hard way on the opposite side either. So there's just tons of subjectivity in this. So I appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Lori?
Thank you. I think all I want to say is that I don't think any of us have any interest whatsoever in jumping to any conclusions. And so the expression of the way that the data should be read carefully, thoughtfully, knowing full well that moving in one direction or another would have serious ramifications is absolutely the way that we are looking at this. So I want to be clear to the community watching this that there's no agenda here to move in one direction or another. We are incredibly sensitive to all of the ramifications that come. But I do want to say that for me, and I think for a lot of people, there's a significant priority to not wait until it's in our schools, but to keep it out of our schools, so that we're not putting anybody at risk, but also so that we have the ability to do what we said we wanted to do, which is to provide learning centers, spaces for families and kids who need special professional attention or who need a place to go because they are dual income, dual working families that have little support. And so I just want to remind us that that was a priority that we stated. And because we're seeing this on the horizon so closely, I really want to push for a priority of that plan being put into place. That's all. Thank you.
We are working on it, but we are scrambling with just keeping open. And we won't be ready for the full plan by any means when we close, but we are working on it. And, we'll make sure we update everybody as we make some progress.
Great. Thank you.
Just to follow on what Lori said, I think, yeah, if we don't want to end up in a place where the data is so dire coming at us that we're not able to provide for students who have IEPs or are otherwise in a more vulnerable position. Laurel?
Checking on the turnaround time with the testing, because that was something else we talked about. How is that? It had gotten quite low. It had been very high. How is that looking now? I was a little concerned that there seemed to be so many waiting for results when I looked at the Penn State dashboard.
I'm still keeping notes in the spreadsheet. Allison, do you think that the Mount Nittany delay is still about 48 hours as of early this week?
I would say less than 48 hours.
Okay. And Joy, we have Geisinger West, the Lewiston Hospital. Do you think those are in the 24, 48 hour range?
Yes, probably closer to 24.
Okay, so that's good news from the two hospitals that we have data from. And Penn State's dashboard updates on Fridays. So they just aggregate everything and update on Fridays. And this week they are going to change to twice a week, but I don't know if they're going to start that next week or if they're going to start that tomorrow. So the Penn State data is delayed. We have a picture of like last week up through to Friday.
But that dashboard doesn't even say what the turnaround time is, just that there are all of these outstanding.
So the Friday numbers that were posted were, I think, all students that had all the tests that were done through Thursday. And I don't think, maybe they batched them. Maybe they just took all students Monday to Thursday and batched them and did the tests on Thursday. I don't know that for a fact, but that's like a reasonable approach for a lab to take in that situation.
All right. So any other questions on the open versus close data? Okay. All right. Bob, do you want to move on to the next topic then?
Thanks. We'll get into the agenda. Thanks, everybody. Maciek.
Maciek, thank you very much.
Sure. Do you guys want me to stay on?
If you're able to stay on for any questions regarding the athletics plan, the interim, I know you were part of that with Gene, but if you have to go, we totally understand that.
Okay, I'll mute myself and then I'll say something if I have to go.
Okay, thanks. So as we get going into this conversation, including getting our guests plugged in with the board discussion, I want you to know that as just a former teacher and high school teacher and basketball coach, as well as the son of a longtime coach, I just want to share that my belief about the value about athletics goes far beyond just the competition. The camaraderie, work ethic learned, and for me, the mentoring of young people is just so crucial to the development of our student athletes. And this absolutely applies to all extracurricular activities. Those are some of the reasons why I support continuing athletics in some fashion as best we can, even if we can't have competitions right now. But I also understand the safety of our students, employees, and our larger community has to be our number one priority. And athletics, although very valuable, can't be at the expense of that safety. So our community is absolutely not the same as our athletic competitors. You know, our community is very different, including almost half of our community is of college age, which is a major factor that we're struggling with right now. Tonight, we'll discuss athletics in light of our current situation, how rapidly it may change. Specifically, we'll discuss our interim athletics plan as presented in the memo. Now, if we're in schools in mid-September, we plan to return to the board and discuss potential competition for fall sports at that time. If we're closed, our team's recommendation is to consider executing the interim proposal with minor modifications. Regarding competition, if we stay in schools for the next couple of weeks, we'll bring back that proposal. However, to be clear, if we move to remote learning and we're not safe enough to be in buildings or transporting all of our students to and from home that are using our transportation, we're proposing that we place a hold on scheduled competition. If we're remote, that means there's a higher presence of the virus in our community. By participating in competitions with the person-to-person contact involved, we would be lowering the bar set by our health and safety plan's parameters. Thus, we would not be holding competitions this fall and would request to postpone them until the spring. We understand this information can be difficult for some of our athletes to hear, and through our continued partnership with Penn State's HER Clinic, this year we have a clinical mental health intern who also is a student athlete at Penn State, ready to support athletes in need of additional support. With a closure, however, we wouldn't need to return in the middle of the month with an updated plan. We would continue with an improved interim plan is what we're thinking. I'm going to shift over and ask our athletic director to step in. I really want to appreciate Chris for everything he's managed all summer with Lauren and their department. And I really also want to thank Chris, especially as he's pulling double duty. For those who don't know, he's also serving as an assistant principal at this time in our high school. So Chris, welcome. And I appreciate you sharing an overview of what we have.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. O'Donnell. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for your time tonight. We really do appreciate the chance to share our perspectives regarding the strong desire and need to continue our deliberate approach of engaging our 700 fall student athletes in meaningful and impactful experiences with athletics. What we propose tonight is a plan that will allow our teams to form their rosters and to officially begin their PIAA sanctioned practices with health and safety measures in place. We believe it is a plan that takes into consideration the needs and safety of our student athletes and our school community at large. With many moving parts, including addressing the equity of opportunities for our students and preserving the safety of our students, we recognize that this is a complex, difficult, and for many, emotional topic to discuss. For many student athletes, the opportunity to participate in interscholastic athletic teams offer benefits that cannot be recreated in any other arena or through any other activity. We constantly remind our students to pursue the best versions of themselves. And the proposed interim plan provides those opportunities by allowing athletics to continue in a safe manner, specifically addressing physical, mental, and emotional growth and stability, social identification with the team, academic accountability, connection to a safe, healthy environment, mentoring of our student athletes, and for some, post-secondary educational opportunities. This interim plan allows our athletes access to these valued athletic experiences and opportunities. We've already seen some success. On July 6th, the board approved our optional summer workout plan. Since then, we're pleased to report we've had no cases of COVID throughout the summer. Some would call that good fortune, but it really speaks more to the good stewardship by our student athletes and the coaches following the guidelines within our health and safety plan. With all that said, we recognize there are concerns with moving forward with athletics. However, there are additional safety concerns that go with not moving forward with athletics, which we feel would include an increased participation of student athletes in outside leagues, organizations, and competitions. Many of those club and travel competitions occur not only outside our community, but in some cases across state lines, inherently increasing the risk of our school community would face. That participation would also widen an existing opportunity gap, as some of our students and their families would have the means to participate in club and travel teams, and some would not. In short, we believe the beneficial opportunities our student athletes receive through athletics, but we know to make them happen this fall, it will take deliberate, purposeful, intentional decisions and actions by many within our community. Athletics can work in unison with the safety of our community at large. It is not either or. We really can do this. As we say in the athletic department, we are truly better together. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss our plan with you this evening, and I'll turn this back over to Dr. O'Donnell.
Thanks, Chris. Prior to the discussion between board members and members of our health and safety team regarding the interim plan, I'd like to welcome Dr. Sebastianelli, the head of Penn State Athletic Sports Medicine. He's been in the midst of athletics within this pandemic right from the start. Although college students are a bit older, their training and competition experiences present some similarities to what our student athletes undergo, and we wanted to just understand what he's experiencing and observing with student athletes and his team, and weigh in with some of the questions and his thinking, and he'll field some questions from you as well. So Dr. Sebastianelli, thanks so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you, Dr. O'Donnell. Appreciate the opportunity. And clearly, at this point in time, the decisions that have to be made are certainly going to be risk mitigated in ways that a lot of people will agree with and a lot of people won't agree with. There's really no way to make a decision that's going to be 100% universally accepted. And from the standpoint of trying to compete, the variables that we don't have under control, really what involves sort of that barrier of close social contact and high risk. So when it comes to athletics, we have to assume that anybody who is making physical contact with another person and is expressing force and breathing hard creates a different parameter of what is considered a high risk contact. So from the standpoint of the collegiate level, what we decided that was absolutely necessary was to have a robust testing platform. And the reason why we want that robust testing platform is we want to be able to ensure that competitor A against competitor B are both been tested and both are recognized as being COVID negative. Obviously, there's still going to be some potential statistically, and Dr. Bonney can argue this in many ways from an epidemiological perspective, that there will be some percentage that the test will miss. But with that said, you really are putting people in the best position to be able to compete and to obtain all of the good benefits of athletics that have been alluded to by Chris and Dr. O'Donnell. So it really is something that is really going to be very argumentative and very hard to make a decision on. But from a collegiate perspective, the robust testing was an absolute that we as Penn State physicians and in agreement with the other physicians in the Big Ten felt that was absolutely part of the program, and really led to the idea that there would be some institutions that would not be able to test as robustly as we would, which led us to sort of ultimately deciding that it was going to be limited to Big Ten competition, because we knew that the standard of testing would be identical across the conference and everybody would feel comfortable with that. So that when we fielded a team, whether it was football, soccer, women's volleyball, didn't matter, we would have people that were equally at risk or without risk of having the virus as they were competing. So I'll stop there because I'm sure there's a ton of questions and other issues that would come up in the sense of what some of the physical concerns we have that have been raised as we have identified some of our student athletes who have gotten sick over the last 3 months or so.
Okay, I'll open it up for board member questions then. Lori?
Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Sebastianelli. So robust testing is a cornerstone for collegiate athletics. Can you talk a little bit about why that testing is so important? What are the health ramifications for young people? One of the arguments that we hear a lot is that these kids don't feel the effects of COVID the way that older folks do, or people with other health issues. So what is the argument then for not just letting students play and for making sure you're putting these robust testing measures in place?
Sure, as already been sort of pointed out, there are people who are athletes who will be asymptomatically carrying the virus, be able to participate at a level of competition that they may not be at their highest level of performance, but their level of illness does not really decrease their cardiac output or their VO2 max, so that they can still compete and still manage to maintain their own. And so you have a period of time where between maybe day 3 and day 7, they're shedding virus to other individuals that they're competing against. And some of those individuals will be just like them and not really have any response to the virus. And some will, for whatever reason, have a response to the virus. And the issue that we've questioned is we don't know who, we don't know why those that respond to the virus negatively or severely are those individuals. Is it a genetic predisposition? Is it a blood type? Is it a racial conglomeration of Black versus Latino versus whatever other ethnicity is out there? And we just don't know the answers to that. And the one thing that we have seen that we don't really understand fully by any means is the effect of this virus on the respiratory system and the cardiac system in a longitudinal way. So you could have a very high level athlete who's got a very, very superior VO2 max and cardiac output, who gets an infection with COVID and could drop his or her VO2 max and cardiac output just by 10%. And that could make them go from elite status to average status. We don't know that. We don't know how long that's going to last. What we have seen when people have been studied with cardiac MRI scans, symptomatic and asymptomatic COVID infections, is a level of inflammation in cardiac muscle that just is alarming. And we don't know why it happens. We don't know who it's happening in. But some of the testing that has occurred across the Big Ten has revealed roughly 30% of the athletes reveal this inflammation. So you can argue with cardiologists. They'll say, well, we don't know if that increases their risk for cardiac arrhythmia, poor cardiac status long term. We don't really understand fully what it would look like if it was a Coxsackie virus or if you studied influenza virus with cardiac MRI scans. We really don't know what the incidence of that inflammation really would be. But all we do know is that when we looked at our COVID positive athletes, whether they were symptomatic or not, they're having 30 to roughly 35% of their heart muscle is inflamed. Not the entire heart, but the population of those tested, roughly 30 to 35% are showing this inflammation. And we really just don't know what to do with it right now. It's still very early in the infection. So some of that has led to the Pac-12 and the Big 12, the Big Ten's decision to sort of put a hiatus on what's happening, because we really want to study this a little bit further and figure out what's going on with the student athlete. We all want to see our kids compete. And when we were, at practice and watching practices, before the hold on the Big Ten football season and the fall season for women's volleyball and soccer and so forth, the athletes were just engaged. They were energetic. They were going at it. And it really was fun to watch them back out there. But when you get some of this other data coming in, it really creates a level of questioning and concern that we have to keep in mind and to try to get comfortable with the level of risk that's out there. And I'll just sort of use an example, and you may say this is far-fetched, but we all worry about, electrical storms and competition and people being on the field. And if you look at the data on that, it's roughly 1 in 12,000 people will get hit by lightning if there's lightning in the area during an electrical storm. And roughly only 10% of those individuals that are hit by lightning will perish from the lightning strike. So roughly 90% of those that are exposed to lightning, if hit by lightning, will survive and not really have, in a high percentage of instances, many long-term consequences. So when we're dealing with lightning, there's no question, we stop the event, right? There's just, we're not going to tolerate the fact that 1 in 12,000 times 0.1 are going to die. That's a very low number. We're dealing with very much different numbers with this disease that are at a much higher level of potentially causing a problem. And sort of putting the risk and the mitigation together is really challenging for this. It's really something that we don't have any experience with. This is brand new. This is a virus that acts very differently than influenza, and it is something that needs to be respected. I'm not saying you cancel sports. I'm just saying it needs to be respected. And you really do need to understand that from a parental perspective, there may be some ambiguity in what people want to decide. There may be ambiguity in the athlete. That really, has anybody questioned the athletes? Has anybody polled the athletes without parental, supervision or adult supervision? What are they feeling? What's the level of anxiety they have to be out there? I mean, it's happened at the college level, and some athletes don't want to participate, and they opt out. So you just need to make sure that from a global perspective, again, I'm not recommending anything here. I'm just giving you sort of what I see as some of the potential traps are. Make sure the athletes do want to participate. Make sure they don't feel like it's peer pressured or beyond, whether it's adult supervision or parental pressure, whatever you want to label it. Make sure that any kind of symptom is reported freely, and that these athletes are taken out, quarantined appropriately, and tested appropriately. There's been mention of 10 cases here. You haven't tested anybody really heavily. How many people were tested in the summer? You went through your workouts. Was anybody tested? You had no idea whether you had an asymptomatic carrier in that group. And what it did mean, though, is that even though you may have had an asymptomatic carrier, your coaches did a great job of making sure people were socially distanced, wore their masks. When they were getting, fluid hydration, they weren't contaminating each other. And that worked really well for us at Penn State. I mean, I have to give kudos to the coaching staff, to Coach Franklin, to all the coaches that were out there, Coach, Rose with women's volleyball and so forth, all the other coaches that participated. They really followed through. Where we had our breakthroughs and where our bubble was busted was when the athletes were off ICA time. Went around to a pool party, went around to a social gathering, those kind of things. And that's where your bubble concept just breaks. We can't be with them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it's not the NBA, it's not the NHL. And you see what happens with baseball. Baseball probably has the least amount of bubble activity. They've already had multiple cancellations. So if you're going to have athletics, you're going to need to be prepared to really lose at some point in time. It's not if, it's when somebody gets infected. All right, it will happen. It doesn't mean it's going to be a serious problem physically, or long term, but it will happen where somebody will get infected. You're going to probably lose at least that person plus another 6 to 8 people because of close social contact. You know, we have no definitions yet. Is it the entire huddle? Is it if it's the center's infected, is it both guards and the nose tackle and the linebackers in front of that center? You have no idea. So you sort of have to quarantine in a way that sort of takes that and creates that 6-foot bubble and sort of augments it in the fact that you're going to be breathed on, you're going to be spit on, you're going to be coughed on. That's the kind of exposure that happens with athletics. So you may lose half of your starting offensive team or half of your starting defensive team. And then what does that bring in the sense of competition equality when it comes to competing against another school? Are they going to be more fortunate than you that they'll have all 22 starters and you won't? That's a hard thing to sort of look at. And then when you have mismatches physically, how does that increase risk for other injury? ACL tear, collateral ligament tear, concussion. And again, I'm not making a recommendation. I'm just giving you other things to think about that give me gray hair. And I've been doing this for close to 40 years now. So I have a lot of gray hair and it's thinned a lot because of my worries about what I'm doing to make sure I'm doing the best I potentially can to create as level of playing field of competition and safety that we can do. And have I failed? I've failed many times. There's things that you learn through mistakes and over time you sort of recognize what head injuries are, and we've studied concussions for close to 25 years here. So you really do need to sort of understand that whatever decision you make today may not be the right decision 4 days from now. And I think Dr. Bonney has alluded to that. And it's one of these things where looking at the data, being critical, identifying, where you can improve, where you can improve. And it just is, it's going to be very difficult to do what we do at the collegiate level in the sense of how much financial support we have to get this testing done. It's going to be very difficult at the high school level to do that. So symptom reporting needs to be very, very, robust and taken very seriously. And even something like a little cough or a runny nose or somebody just having a little bit of a pink eye, they need to be pulled out and they need to be looked at and they need to be cleared and they need to make sure that they're not contaminating the rest of the group. Otherwise, you will lose, if you are on the field, you will lose most of your athletes in a very quick time frame. This disease is very, very infectious. It spreads very quickly, and it has no barriers when people have no masks and don't socially distance. And I'll end my comments with the fact that from a medical perspective, the cases that have occurred in healthcare workers, either here locally or in Penn State Health System, have not occurred because of a direct contact with the COVID patient. Most of them have occurred outside, or all of them have occurred outside the system, either from a family member contaminating them or being at a social event where they got contaminated by a friend. There's been one instance that I'm aware of here locally where a medical professional was infected with a patient encounter, and that was prior to masking being mandated. So there was no shields, there was no masking, and it was actually a visitor with the patient that contaminated the physician. That's why the visitor policy changes over time have occurred as well. So you're trying to limit the amount of virus that could be expressed in a closed, confined area during the encounter with the patient. So I'll stop there. I know it's been long-winded, and I apologize for that. And my Italian passion sometimes gets involved, and I just sort of, understand that you're all sitting in a very difficult situation, and I empathize and sympathize with that because we've lived through that as well in the last 6 months. So I'll again open up the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sebastianelli. Amy?
Yeah, so Dr. Sebastianelli, you mentioned that about a third of the athletes that you've seen COVID positive have had inflammation of the heart muscle.
Myocarditis.
So can you myocarditis, I know. I was trying to translate. So for lay people, can you explain like other viral incidences of myocarditis? What are some of the potential outcomes? So you mentioned a little bit about arrhythmia. Could you explain to some people that might not be able to know what the next step is, what could happen to an athlete in that situation?
Sure. Well, just to be clear, it wasn't me personally seeing 30%.
Oh, okay.
That was across the Big Ten, where 30% of those that were cardiac MRI'd had the level of inflammation that was determined to be myocarditis or heart muscle inflammation. And there are many cardiologists, some very high level, you know, at the Mayo Clinic, who feel like this is probably a finding that is incidental and may not warrant any further investigation or any further sort of concern. And they'll let somebody really compete again within maybe 30 days or longer after their viral infection has cleared and their heart has sort of displayed normal activity based on their level of competition. But what has been seen across some of the schools is that some of the athletes infected haven't really recovered their full pulmonary function. And sort of they just don't train as hard as they normally can. Their tolerance has decreased. And so whether that's heart related or lung related, we really don't know yet. And it is just another variable of change of performance that has to be reevaluated over time. Now, what heart muscle inflammation can do, if it becomes a real serious problem, it could lead to conduction delays, or the electrical signals across the heart muscle could be altered, so it could lead to either a fast rhythm or a slow rhythm, or lead to, you know, very, very fatal rhythm that's called ventricular fibrillation or ventricular tachycardia. Cardiologists really don't know that yet, and a lot of them won't come out and say that that's going to happen or not happen, but most of them are arguing that it's probably very low risk for that to happen.
Okay.
There have been some instances where athletes have passed away shortly after COVID infection, within 90 days. There was one case, a basketball player in Eastern Europe, former Florida State player, who recovered from COVID. And I think he was like in the mid 40s or 50 days out from his infection and had a cardiac arrest on the court. Really don't know. I don't know what the autopsy report showed. I don't know if that's even applicable or even apples to apples. So it's just another variable that we're concerned about.
Okay. I had one other question for you. Because one of the concerns is about, you mentioned about more risky versus less risky experiences. And I think some are fairly straightforward. I think for most of us to discern that, you know, golf as an individual sport is likely pretty low risk. Something like football or basketball, where players are, as you mentioned, in each other's faces and breathing hard for repeated periods of time, probably is higher risk. I know PIAA and CDC have both labeled those, and things like wrestling as pretty high risk. But what could you give some comment about some of those sports in the middle? How do we gauge you know, things like field hockey and lacrosse and soccer and things where there's some periods of, you know, two players scrambling over the ball and maybe in each other's spaces and faces for some period of time versus, but, you know, spending a lot of time otherwise outdoors and wider space. How is the university dealing with practices? Are football players practicing with full contact? Are soccer players practicing with full scrimmages at this point at the collegiate level? Could you give us some feedback on, you know, what they're doing with their players?
Yeah, from a football perspective, there was no full contact, but there were.
Does that continue to be true?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Does that continue to be true now? There's no full contact?
That they're not even practicing at present because the season was put on hold.
Okay.
But they're back into what's called their 12-hour 12-hour rule, where they can do weight training, conditioning, and actually a little bit of teamwork in the sense of some drills where it's not 11 on 11, but there may be, you know, quarterback versus wide receiver, sort of half line type stuff. But prior to stopping, there were periods where we went 11 on 11 in the sense of drills that were non-contact, but people were still in very, very close proximity enough that I would say that if somebody turned COVID positive, we would probably have multiple people turn COVID positive. You know, after that period of time, we tested the entire group, and we had 0 positives, which meant that our bubble was working, and that we really did a great job from the standpoint of athletic training and coaching to make sure that everything was as clean as possible. You know, the strength and conditioning coaches did a great job isolating and having people work out in cohorts. We really kept people in small groups when it came to conditioning, whether it was aerobic conditioning or weight training, to make sure there was no cross contamination. We didn't have people live in one house and work out with another group. So there wasn't that sort of that. We really tried to make it as carefully protected as possible. Not possible at a high school setting. Just can't happen. Maybe a boarding school. That's about the only environment I would see that would have come close to being what I'm describing. So, you know, difficult scenario. And again, the who and the why remains the biggest question for us as physicians. There's some data that came out of Harvard a couple days ago that looks at an enzyme called ACE enzyme, angiotensin converting enzyme, that may have a role in whose heart responds in a very negative way. And that really sort of changes with age. So that as we get older, our ACE levels change and put us at more susceptibility to having a bad effect to the virus. But there are young people who will have high ACE levels. Those that have a thickened cardiac muscle, you know, not quite cardiomyopathy, but borderline, whether it's, you know, based on whether it's based on sort of genetics or stress and response of that muscle to stress and the change of the ACE levels in the heart. Nobody knows yet. So they're the things that I think will have the impact of having that catastrophic case where someone dies at a young age because of a cardiac event from this virus. And it's just one of these things where there's no real answer right now. It's still a lot of questions.
Thank you. Laurel?
Thanks. Thank you very much for being with us. And you alluded to something that I've been sort of wrestling with in my own mind, which is relative risk. So I really appreciate the example of the lightning strike, because there are risks. There are risks in life. And what we've heard a lot of, which I understand and agree with, is that we make decisions sometimes that involve risk because the benefits are worth it. So this is really more hypothetical. I'm not sure you can give us much of an answer, especially because you're dealing at the college level. But for instance, concussion that you mentioned, and we know there's a risk of that, and there's some who have very long-term risks. Can you put the COVID risk in perspective with the other risks that are inherent to being part of sports?
At this point in time, we can't. We could hypothetically be concerned about long-term effects on pulmonary compliance and cardiac performance and cardiac output. But we really don't have any long-term studies yet. I mean, the virus has only been around 6 months in the sense of what our exposure to it has been. And so we don't know. There have been some athletes who have struggled to get reconditioned again. And fortunately not here, but we've, you know, through our networking and communication with other trainers, other athletic trainers at other universities, that you hear about some athletes who just struggle. Whether that's a short-term effect for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, or something that may change their VO2 max permanently, we just don't know yet. That's hard. I just can't answer that.
Yeah, and I was thinking even just the risk of infection, and yes, of course, there are the long-term as well. And then, yeah, I think I've got some other questions, but I don't think they're specific to. Thank you again for being here.
You're welcome.
Scott?
Yeah, just a real quick question for clarification. When you talked about the heart inflammation from COVID, you said something about the flu, and I couldn't quite follow whether you said that there was or was not similar inflammation from the flu, the quote unquote normal flu, or that hadn't been measured. I was just trying to understand that.
Yeah, I think what I was trying to drive home the point there is that any virus can cause myocarditis. So influenza can cause it. There are other viruses, Coxsackie B, Coxsackie A. I mean, all these inflammation of any body part. It's just that the relative effect of it remains unknown. And at this point in time, we don't know if that we took 100 athletes and MRI'd their heart after influenza, how many times we would find myocarditis versus what we would find it in COVID at this point.
And I think that was thanks. I think that was the clarification that I was looking for, that the normal influenza that data didn't exist at this time because we're focusing on COVID.
Yeah, and I would bet you, I would bet you that at sometime this fall or winter, there's going to be a study that's going to involve, influenza infected patients, and they're going to have cardiac MRI as part of an assessment to see what the relative incidence of myocarditis is in those patients.
Great, thank you very much.
Yep.
Jim?
Yeah, thank you for being here. Just a couple questions about so Penn State is not going forward with football in the fall. And what's the status of the other sports in terms of contests?
All fall sports have been suspended.
That's what I thought. And then, so a question about the frequency and, when they were working out together in the summer, the frequency of testing and the turnaround times for the timetables for the testing of our athletes.
We've developed that over time. So as was alluded to in your earlier discussions, turnaround time was absolutely deplorable. It was just horrible. Sometimes it was 18, 19 days before you had a result back. By then, your contact tracing and the effect of the test result really has no role whatsoever in what's happening. And then so we really worked with multiple platform testing to try to get as much availability as possible. So we went to Quest, we went to a local company down in Huntington called CSI. We went to the Vault test, which is a saliva test that's based out of Rutgers or Piscataway. The real issue is that we've all tried to get platforms. And some of us like even our institutions have the equipment. We have the equipment, but we don't have the reagents. Right. So it's like having a car lot with no cars on it, and it's just really frustrating. And what happens at times too is that you really get the materials, the government will come in and take them from you. You may have the ability to test 200 people and all of a sudden it goes to zero because there's an outbreak somewhere else and they take all your reagent. Or that the machine that you've purchased that was on back order and you're weeks away from getting it, they now take that machine and ship it to Arizona or to Texas. So you lose your ability to test. So it really is it's a national issue, and it's something that we just really have to do a better job at in the sense of developing reagents. We should be making it by gallons at a time every minute. We're not doing that. And we should have machines that have been developed and processed at a much higher level than they have been. So, it's really very challenging to get that. But so far, we've done a great job and in getting other platforms. And at this point in time, for athletics, we're testing roughly 800 to 900 people a week. And we are using the saliva test from Vault as our main platform. And we use a spillover with Quest and with CSI as we need to try to keep those numbers as robust as possible. The campus testing is much different. They're using Quest in particular. They do have the ability to do a point of care test at UHS, which will give results in several hours. The problem with that test, it still has a significant issue of false positives, or excuse me, false negatives, so that the sensitivity is not quite where it should be. It's very specific. So if you have a positive test, you know that person's positive 98% of the time in a true way. But if it's a negative test, you still have about a 25 to 30% chance that they could be falsely negative. So you have to really do two tests. You do the Abbott test, and you also do the Quest test. And if you come up negative, they send off the second swab to Quest to get the confirmatory negative or confirmatory positive. Whereas if you are positive, they put you in isolation and you go through your 9-day quarantine or 9-day isolation period, sorry. So its turnaround time has gotten from 18 to 20 days now down to about 48 hours or less. So we're lucky right now, but if we get a surge, that'll change. It's the surges that really put the pressure on this. And that's what happens when it really slowed down. Pittsburgh became a little bit of a hotbed, and all of our stuff went to Pittsburgh to get tested. So we got, since most of our testing was asymptomatic, we were put in a different bin, and just did not get those screening surveillance tests back as quickly as we want.
Okay, and then finally, what's the approximate cost per test?
Well, that's changed over time too, but I would say right now you're probably looking at average about $100, depending on who you're looking at, $80. And it's just a matter of what kind of volume contract you negotiate, those kind of things. Antibody tests are a little bit different in the sense of cost, but we really don't know what to do with those at this point yet. And then antigen testing, with very, very cheap. It's sort of like the urinary pregnancy test. They're awful. Statistically, they are just not worth the spend. But they're the most economical. Their false negative and false positive rates are probably 50 to 60% at times. So would not recommend using antigen testing at all. It really should be PCR testing, either with Cepheid platform and Abbott platform, or ultimately the Panther platform's the best. That can get you 1,000 tests a day. And those machines are just so hard to get, and the reagents are so hard to get, that it's just really just a challenge right now.
Thank you very much. I don't have anything else.
Sure.
Thank you. Amy?
Yeah, I wanted to follow back one more time to the respiratory and cardiac compromise, because I think there was some confusion. So historically, there's never been, while we know that influenza and Coxsackie and a variety of other viral incidents can cause myocarditis, and that's been seen in some rare cases. Are you aware of there being, I'm sure you've had influenza outbreaks on some teams on occasion, but there's never been an indication that team physicians were so concerned about damage to oxygen output and such that they've needed, to then go looking for a cause from influenza or some of these others. They've generally been a one-off incident case where that might be have found. Would that be accurate?
That's accurate. This is a different virus. I mean, this has killed 178,000 people in less than 6 months. It's much different.
So I just want to be careful that when we say that influenza and these other things, there's lots of things that can cause myocarditis, but we're seeing large numbers of individuals that are showing some of these symptoms.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions from board members? Dan?
Dr. Sebastiani, thank you for your time this evening. Thank you for your support of our efforts to try to understand the nature of this disease and to make informed decisions with the school district in support of the community. A couple of things, I guess. One is developmentally, in terms of for want of a better way of putting it, the simplest way I can think of would be in terms of the physical development of our athletes, our student athletes, who are between the ages of maybe 15 and 18. how much commonality would you expect there to be much of a difference in terms of their potential expression of this disease than with the college age athletes of being 18 or 19 or 20?
I think your juniors and seniors will be very similar to a college level athlete. I think eighth, ninth grade, maybe 10th grade be very different. Depends on how old the athlete is, specifically. But I think once you get into the 17 range, I think you're pretty much dealing, at the college level as far as what you would see from a physical response to the virus.
Okay, thank you. So the next question relates to the feedback we're getting from the community, particularly from the sports, the athletic supporters in town, the student athlete support organizations, the families, and so on. Their assumption, based on, I'm sure, past reporting in the media, has been that the consequences for young people in terms of this disease are minimal. And their view of this generally is that the impact of it will impact maybe the individual athlete and maybe their family, but not many others, is the theme that comes out of these communications that we're receiving. And from what you're telling us by your advice, it would appear that the implications for a youngster, a 17, 18-year-old student athlete, could be rather substantial. Who knows how long it might last, but for a matter of months, there could be a significant drop in terms of their cardiac capacity, lung and heart function, which would lead to a reduction in the blood oxygen levels, which would lead to a substantial drop in performance that might affect them well into the future, perhaps involving any dreams of a professional sports career or even a Division I scholarship. They might not make the cut if they're impacted by this disease. Am I reaching too far on this?
I think your question, Dan, is something that we're all concerned about. I don't think you're reaching too far. I think you're thinking worst case scenario and what we worry about. And what I can answer is what statistically that's going to look like. What I can say is that there are people who have opted out for that reason and just did not want to take that risk. And when you put all of that in light of what we're seeing with some of the inflammation on cardiac MRI scans or some of the blood tests that have been done too, there's an enzyme in the heart called troponin that gets assessed for cardiac damage. And there has been multiple athletes who have had elevated troponin levels, which would indicate that their heart was really significantly clinically inflamed. You don't make that up. That's not something that you can make up. Most of the time that troponin level has normalized very, very quickly within a week or two. And in some instances, it has remained elevated for a longer period of time. But it is a great question, as all of the questions have been tonight. Really, it's very insightful. You can tell the board has really struggled with this and has put a lot of work in this. This is not something that you have not had sleepless nights over. And I can, like I said, I can empathize and sympathize with you because I live it. So I do think that what I can't answer, Dan, is what the percentage of that would be. That's the who and why that I alluded to earlier. There will be somebody that will respond in a negative way at a very, very serious level. And until we identify who is predisposed to respond that way, we're just basically hoping it doesn't happen, but it will happen somewhere.
Thank you, Doctor. I guess the question that fits into the decision that we're faced with right now has to do with essentially the epidemiological perspective we have been following, which is to consider the implementation of a plan, an adjustment to the safety plan that protects the community from the possibility of spread, of furthering the infection by students becoming infected. But this adds a different slant to our responsibility. Our responsibility is also to the student athlete to set up provide the conditions in which they can compete or train, that doesn't impede their future, that doesn't create a risk, even at low levels for their future. That's part of the question that we're faced with as well, it seems. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Gretchen?
Yeah, thank you so much for being here with us tonight. I think it shows how much all of us appreciate it. I have two questions. One is that I've been reading about how prevalent permanent or potential permanent lung damage can be with COVID. About 40% of people with COVID-19 develop acute respiratory distress syndrome, and of those, 20% are severe. And I'm wondering, you talked a lot about cardiac inflammation. What do we know about potential permanent or certain permanent lung damage and COVID in terms of these student athletes? Obviously, that would be pretty detrimental to their hopes for the future. And that's my first question. Sure.
I do think it's a possibility that could happen in a relatively young person. We don't know what that really could be in the sense of short-term, long-term, or permanency. Earlier on, I can't quite remember who asked the question, but it may have been Laurel. Where we talked about lungs and VO2 max, and that's sort of where you can take someone from elite and make them average by dropping. If somebody can run, and just never get tired, and their VO2 max is at the upper level of fitness, and then they get COVID infection, and now it's sort of more towards the middle, or maybe even a 20% less than what they normally would have. It changes their ability. And I do think that's led to some people to opt out of competing, whether it's at the professional baseball level, the professional hockey level, basketball level. There are some big name people that have decided not to compete because they were worried about that, or they were worried about, getting infected and having it spread to their spouse or their children. I think it's pretty clear that, it's a concern, but we just don't know who or why will respond in that very, very significant, severe way. We'll probably know 6 months or a year from now what it looks like when people get a chance to look at some of the epidemiology, but we're still so early into this that we just don't know for sure.
And then obviously we wouldn't know what the outlook looks like when these students are 40 or 50 years old, or what kind of state their lungs would be in much further down the road. There's no way for us to know that because this is a novel virus.
Correct. And, that could happen with anybody in the community that's been infected. It just does need to be an athlete. Obviously, it could be, someone who's on just standard clubs or chess or whatever, band member. There's been some people infected from choir exposure, that may have some issues in the sense of what their ability to sing would be. There's just different reasons to sort of worry. We just don't know exactly how much to worry yet. That's the part that's very, very hard to figure out.
And this is my last question. And that is, we have had a lot of talk about no competition, but practicing with scrimmage. And I'm just wondering your thoughts about how safe is a scrimmage. It may not be an official competition, but in essence, the same types of activities are happening. It's not a competitive game, but it's a game. And is Penn State, is that something that's allowed right now with fall sports with scrimmage, or how safe might that be?
Yeah, we're not allowed to scrimmage right now because we're in a 12-hour sort of limit where all of the stuff is not allowed to be full team competition. But I think once you start scrimmaging, the risk is the same as if you played a game. What I would want to say is that there's no way you should let a team play a game without scrimmaging. They have to prepare. They have to get ready. You know, you'll end up having all sorts of other injuries if you don't prepare. You know, whether it's a knee injury, whether it's you know, an ankle injury, they're just not ready to go at that full explosive you know, level. And when we get into some of the older populations, you know, college or beyond, you start looking at things like Achilles tendon rupture or, you know, significant knee injuries with ACL tears or hamstring injuries. You know, kids are going to be a little bit more pliable and a little bit more resilient that way. But if you're not ready, if you're not exposed, and the speed of the game is not presented to you in a way where you can train and learn from your mistakes, going to be successful, and they're going to be out of position, and their chance for getting hurt is going to be higher because they're going to be reaching with an arm or putting their head in somewhere where they shouldn't have, and getting either a concussion or a shoulder injury because they're just out of position. So you have to practice. If you don't practice, you really shouldn't play. And it's sort of, that has to be decided on, you know, relatively quickly. You know, you need at least a couple weeks to get ready at the high school level, you know, and probably at a really, really competitive level, need much more than that. But it's at the high school level, I think you need a minimum of exposure for a couple weeks with the tackling and the blocking at a live sort of level, you know, whether it's half line scrimmage or full line scrimmage. But once you start doing that, the aerosol exposure is there, and it's much different than what you've been doing in the summer. And that's where testing could really help. You know, something that we gotten about 15 or 20 minutes down the road from, in the sense of what the value of testing would be, and trying to create your pseudo bubble of your athletes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Scott?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up on the scrimmage question. I think that the one of the other considerations with scrimmages versus games is I think the local nature of the scrimmage as well, not bringing another community into that close contact, so that, you know, if there was a way to have competition, would it be better to have a scrimmage or a game if you were trying to have one or the other?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you can guarantee, you know, and obviously guarantee is not a great word. If you can sort of, again, risk mitigate where they're coming from. So, you know, if you're scrimmaging somebody from Bellefonte, less chance of having a student infected with the virus than if you had somebody from Chester County or Philadelphia County. And you know, I think those schools have really pretty much at this point in time decided they just can't swing it. You know, the prevalence and incidence of disease in those areas is just so high that it really does create a problem for them. And I think that can change here, as Dr. Bonney had alluded to. I mean, it's just, we now have 50,000 people on a campus that are coming from all over the world, all over the country, and really have, you know, fortunately, the testing, it was brilliant to test them coming in, you know, to sort of see what your potential would be. And, you know, they kept 120 people or so from coming onto campus that were already infected. That was huge in the sense of minimizing the explosivity of this transmission. But, you know, it's a super spreader, you know, somebody who's 5 days in, no symptoms, looks great, feels great, around, and, you know, gets into a party situation with another 25 or 30 people there, and all of a sudden, you know, the R naught's 10, so you're going to infect at least half of that population, and then ultimately they're going to infect and so forth at that rate. It doesn't go linear. It's exponential. It changes very, very quickly, and you know, so that's what we're trying to prevent on campus, and you know, looking at pooled specimens, looking at wastewater, looking at things that sort of, you know, you can identify where maybe a pocket is coming out of this dorm or that dorm or wherever, is what they're trying to figure out, trying to test. And, you know, there's ways to sort of, again, get sort of even with it, but I'm not quite sure we'll ever get ahead of it until we have a vaccine or a good oral treatment, we're stuck. And again, hypothetically, if we don't get there with a vaccine, you may even have impact into 2021 that you don't want to even think about at this point. It really could be something that lasts another year. And we could be talking about this, in July again next year. So we really do need to, it's almost like you sort of have to take your lumps at some point. We sort of have to really understand that this is an investment, and the timing may be now to make an investment for risk mitigation for 2021. My crystal ball isn't good enough to tell you that's going to happen. But I do worry about it. And I'm sure there's epidemiology people that worry about it. And it is something that I do think is far from over. We'll see a surge at some point. And then the other thing I want to bring up is that we really need to make sure we are considering very, very seriously immunizing everybody at the school level to the flu. Last thing we want is people getting sick from the flu. And then, you think, oh, I had the flu. Well, you can get the flu and COVID back to back or even simultaneously. Not a good combo. And so, for those that have a hardship with philosophy in the sense of immunization, I think we really need to have people really think about their stance on this. And if you want to have school and you want to have athletics, you need to minimize respiratory illness of every kind, whether it's influenza or whether it's COVID or anything else. It's something you really have to start thinking about in advance and putting together your plans so that you get everybody immunized appropriately. They're already starting to talk about influenza immunizations in the next week to 10 days to start in September, very early. So it's something that we need to worry about.
So another quick follow-up question on the heart inflammation. When you had I think you said you saw it in 30% of the athletes that were evaluated. Is there any data on kind of the rest of the population? Is it the same percentage in just the standardized population? Is it the same percentage in high school athletics? Is there any skewing due to, obviously a college athlete, in general has to be considered a fairly elite athlete. On one hand, I might say that they're healthier than anybody else. On the other hand, I'd say they're also under a lot more stress as well. So I'm just trying to figure out if there's any other differences or if that 30% is pretty pervasive through the whole population.
Yeah, that's another great question, but I can't answer that. I just haven't read enough in the general population to know where that stands at this point or whether it's been studied at a high level. And just to sort of give you some backdrop, a cardiac MRI scan is a super specialized MRI. It can't be done here in State College. You have to go to Hershey or to Danville or to Philadelphia or to Pittsburgh to get it done. So it's, we a bit behind the eight ball when it comes to assessing things that way here at Penn State or in State College. And it's a very long, sophisticated study. I mean, it takes over an hour to do the test. So, even if you wanted to do cardiac MRIs at a high level with a high volume, you're probably talking about doing no more than 20 people a day. So that's why it's not studied very, very heavily at this point in time. Most of the stuff that has been done in the Big Ten has been out of interest and trying to figure out whether or not this is a real issue because somebody had an EKG change or a cardiac enzyme level change that created enough concern that they went to the cardiac MRI level and then were shocked by what they found there. So it's a hard question to answer, Scott, but it's something that I think, again, as time goes on, we'll get more information on it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
David, I see you have a question, and then we'll ask the pediatricians here if they have some input for us as well on the safety plan.
Thanks for being with us today. If I understood you correctly, Penn State has postponed all its competitive athletics for the fall.
The Big Ten has, yes. It's not just Penn State.
Did you have any discussions about sports that are relatively contact? I'm thinking things like golf or tennis. Were there any decisions made around that?
They had a lot of discussion about that at the conference level and administratively. And there are actually even some individuals that are going to be able to compete at the individual sort of team level. But my caution to that is that you need to be careful about how the athlete's getting there, whether it's by mass transit and where they're going to and what the prevalence of disease is in those areas. And in some instances, we're already talking about if somebody goes to place X and they go by transportation Y, then they're going to be quarantined when they come back until we could establish that they didn't bring something back with them. So it's you can do these things. Theoretically, you could have run cross country with time starts. Everybody has a 25 or 30-second delay in between, and you could have ran your cross country race. So there were ways to do it. I think what they felt was that they did not want to segment or fragment sort of the team competitions and the championship competition status, for the entire, or excuse me, only for certain segments of the fall versus other segments. So, it's a decision that was made. And again, all of these decisions have pros and cons. With every good intention, there's a bad consequence if you look at it hard enough. Nothing's immune to have a consequence that wasn't intended that could be negative on what you decided on. So, I think it was just the commissioner had a tough choice. We support his choice. It's something that is arguably, maybe will lead to a delay in the start of another, season, whether it's in November or January or February. Again, remains to be seen. The virus is here. I'm not sure the virus is going to change between now and November or January. So we may be talking again about it. Like I said, we may be talking about it next year. We need herd immunity at this point, which is 60 to 70% of the population being infected and immune to it. And I think in most instances, where the highest that's been reported is 20%. So a long way to go before this goes away.
Okay, thank you. So I think one of the takeaways for me is from listening to this was the importance of testing. We don't have a way to test our student athletes in the same kind of systematic manner that Penn State does or other universities. So that's probably a concern for high school athletics. So really keeping students, providing physical distancing for students while they're practicing is really where we have to focus, probably, because we don't have the means to do the kind of testing that would ensure an outbreak doesn't spread before we're aware of it. And I appreciate the concern about the impact on athletes, because we're responsible for the safety of the students in our district and their participation, how their participation in athletics affects their safety. But of course, we have to be aware that most of our high school athletes, as opposed to college athletes, live with probably middle-aged parents who are much more susceptible to the virus than maybe these student athletes are. So, for the parents that they go, in the homes where they're going home to, that's probably they're not wearing masks in their homes and they're not socially distancing. So, potentially if a student athlete becomes infected, then, we're worried about the impact on their whole family. So.
No, that's a great point. And even on campus here, there was some questions yesterday on something I participated in where the parent, was asking the question, well, these are college age kids that they get sick. It's not a big deal. And, my response was, not every college age kid is healthy.
Right.
Not every college age kid is 18 to 22.
Mm-hmm.
And not every professor is 25 or 30. So there are ways that this could affect a lot of people. And then I had a follow-up question from the same person. Well, what about the flu? Well, we have treatments for the flu. We could be immunized. We have some antivirals that are relatively effective. We don't have anything for COVID yet. I mean, there's things that are in experimental treatments, whether it's remdesivir or dexamethasone or whatever, but you're not going to get that unless you're in the hospital. And we really don't want people to be that sick. So the only way to sort of really prevent a lot of this is to be epidemiologically savvy, listen to the science, risk mitigate by wearing masks, socially or physically distancing, exquisite personal and facility hygiene, and if you can, create a bubble for competition if you want to have sports. And I think that's where we're at. And as I said an hour ago, this is not an easy decision. There's going to be rights and wrongs to this, and no one is going to be universally happy with whatever way this gets decided. Just as you saw with the Big Ten and the Pac-12, a lot of people were angry about that choice, but that was a choice made with science and with healthcare in mind, and with the unknowns that are out there at this point in time, we felt it was, from a conference perspective, it was the thing to do.
Dr. O'Donnell, any questions that you would have, or would you like me to turn it over to Joy and Allison?
Yeah, I think if Joy and Allison, they've been with us through this whole journey, have any perspectives regarding the proposed interim plan, that's what we brought forward tonight. I think that would be great. And then if maybe before the next item, we do have some students who represent each team with us tonight. I don't know if we can have them in the mix before we get too late. So, but I think Joy and Allison, any perspectives you want to weigh in with in the discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to say some things. I feel like during this discussion so far this evening, we focused on all the negatives of COVID in sports, which clearly are very important. I think at some point, though, we really need to focus and discuss the negative impacts of not doing sports and extracurricular activities. Athletes use sports as stress relievers. What are they going to turn to without practice? And I know Joy has a lot of opinions on that as well. If you want to talk, Joy, or I can talk more.
You can go ahead and finish first, and then I'll follow up.
Okay, just basically, we've created a safety plan that has worked so far. We have, social distancing, people wearing masks to practice, a clear outline of how we feel like we can do sports safely. And I'm 100% for kids doing athletics in some form. So that's basically what I have to say.
Thanks, Allison.
I think we've jumbled a couple issues together at this point, and the data about myocarditis is important and is being studied further, and quite honestly is probably more impactful at the elite level. Most of our high school sports, especially in the sort of conditioning, non-contact practice plans, I would put in a category of moderate physical activity, which is probably actually better for overall health, better for cardiac recovery, and those sorts of things. For a college level or an Olympic level athlete to lose a VO2 max of 10%, that's a big deal. For me, who's my 10-minute mile park jog, to go from 10 to 10:30, obviously less important. Our high school athletes are certainly high performing, but I do want to make the point that getting back to their sport is not necessarily more harmful to their heart for whatever percentage of these student athletes are going to have an inflammation of the heart muscle. It's something that either comes from COVID or it doesn't. Participating in their physical activity, like there are new recommendations coming out for us all the time, and it's our job as pediatricians to clear athletes after an illness now to return to participation and decide they're healthy enough to do that. And for the student athletes that have a more serious COVID illness, we're going to do more investigations before we clear them to go back to participating. But getting COVID on the football field compared to in the classroom, compared to at a social gathering, does not make them a higher likelihood of having problems with their heart than COVID out there otherwise. So I think we have to sort out what is a heart complication that might be from the illness from things that, if we're considering what sports participation has in terms of impact, what's the cause and what's the effect? And so I think that's important to consider when we're talking about our interim plan where kids can still participate. The travel and the competition and the risks that that poses are sort of a separate issue in my mind. And I, again, second what Allison said, we all know that, you know, there are many positive impacts of sports participation for the kids who that's their area of interest. And being engaged in something that's important to them minimizes their risk of behaviors that get them into trouble or lack of engagement in the school process or depression and anxiety and all those things we're starting to see because we've closed kids up in their homes for 6 months.
Yeah, I would think that at a minimum, and if you're in school, and I heard, you know, Bob say this before earlier tonight, that if you're not in school, then you're probably not going to be able to do much from the standpoint of competition. But if you're still in school, even though you may not have competition against other individuals, you can have internal stuff that would be very easy to continue development. And I think development's a key word here. I mean, it gets to something that I alluded to earlier. You should never have a competition without having a scrimmage.
Absolutely.
You know, you have to get at that level of what's happening. But if you aren't not able to safely compete because of what's happening around the area, or other teams in the mid-pen or have high prevalence or incidence of illness, you can still do on your own, continue to train and develop people. Just don't have full contact scrimmages if you don't need them, because you also need to factor in load and congestion. And load is the total amount of force that's applied cumulatively, and then congestion's over what time frame. You know, you can't. One thing that we're arguing with now is if we do have a spring season, how do we not affect the fall season of 2021? How many games does that mean? How many hits could they take to their head? How many contact practices should they have? All those kind of things go into all of this stuff, so that you need to be careful of that. It's different at the high school level. We're not talking about the same thing, but I do understand where you're coming from in the sense of the benefits of maintaining activity and sort of keeping people physically attentive so that they don't get into trouble in other ways. But you may just have to do it internally, maybe intramural. It may be, you know, maybe 2 or 3 schools that you create this little funky bubble with, and you just sort of have rotations where you compete with things. It just may not be what you're used to in the sense of traveling to Harrisburg or traveling to Hershey or traveling to wherever to go. I mean, you know, you alluded to the travel issues. That's going to be just as important in disease transmission as actually playing. You know, having 25, 30 kids packed on a bus, 1 or 2 positive. You know, it's not like the air exchange on the bus is real high, and those aerosols travel, you know, 6 feet easily. So, you know, those seats are 8 inches apart, 10 inches apart.
But they'll be masked.
I understand that. You know, I'm sort of smiling because if you watch people wear masks, if you saw some of those high school football games on this weekend, I wanted to just scream. I saw a coach wear his mask like this. It was like a Band-Aid across his lips. Did absolutely nothing to protect himself. I saw coaches with gaiters pulled down. I saw referees on the field with no mask on. If you're going to participate, the referee has to be part of the game plan. They need to wear masks.
Sure.
Sorry, you know, it's all or none. You either buy into the program or you don't. And when you buy into the program, it works.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it really does. But once you have somebody go off the reservation and go out to that party or sneak off to see their significant other or travel home without telling anybody, they go back to Philadelphia, they go back to Pittsburgh. That's when it all starts.
But it's just like you said, the football problems came, or the student athlete college problems came in colleges when kids got outside their bubble, when they got disengaged from their sport. So if we take it all away, they don't have anything to sort of be good and be responsible for. They don't, you know, kids, adolescents are all about the here and now. All they want to look at is the immediate consequence. And so if we can keep them engaged enough in some level of physical activity that it makes them, it helps influence them to make the right choices, I think that's really important.
Well, I think that's where we are with our requests at this time, and you know, we'll see how we do over the next couple of weeks before we bring anything further to the table. So I appreciate everybody for weighing in and sharing your perspectives, and I hope that was helpful for the board. I think we can turn it back over to Amber, and wondering if.
Did you say there were a few students who were interested in speaking?
Yeah, I know that on behalf of each of the programs, and before we move on to them, I want to thank the safety team members and Dr. Sebastianelli. I know we do have the fitness center piece still on there as well, but we do have a senior rep from each of the fall teams lined up to talk, and I just don't want it to get too late on the students who are here. There are other students who will probably speak as well, but at least before the fitness center item, if we could.
Amber?
Yes, Laurel?
I just wanted to clarify, because some of the comments, I want to be sure that people are aware that we are not, as far as I know, there's no proposal on this table to discontinue what we have been doing already. There are some small ads, but we are not talking about nixing everything. I mean, the safety plan, as people said, has been working, and we're not talking about just stopping, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. So Dr. O'Donnell, if you would like the students to speak, should I assume that the people who are raising their hands then? I see Carson Franks has had a hand raised. Is he one of the students you were expecting?
Mr. Weekland, do you want to facilitate this?
Yeah, if someone else who knows the kids could facilitate, that would be great.
Sure, thank you. Representing our cheerleading team is Allison Clemson. Allison, are you available? Mr. Zepp, could you?
Yep,
bring
she's
her
right
in?
there. Nick's bring her in.
Hi.
Hi, Allison.
Thank you, Allison. Go right ahead. Thanks for being here.
Okay, so my name's Allison Clemson. I'm a senior on the Stay High Varsity Cheer Squad. And as a senior, I know that I speak for myself and for like most, if not all the seniors, when I say that this is the last year that we have. And this season is the last opportunity we have to grow up with this specific group of people. And being a part of the cheer team for the past 3 years has made me beyond confident and appreciative of my school community. Having the chance to participate in Spirit Week and pep rallies, being at the games, and to lead the other students in cheering the teams on has been an amazing and once-in-a-lifetime experience. And being a Stay High cheerleader gave me the confidence to be here today sharing my ideas with you. And being a part of any team creates a scale.
Oh, Allison, I think your feed froze.
While we want what's normal and an exciting and fun fall season, we want to prioritize the health of others as well. Our senior season is special, and we would rather follow every safety guideline as long as necessary until we can go back to normal. We believe that we can follow the safety guidelines and still have sports. Voting to start fall sports gives all grades the opportunity to learn those types of things and skills that they can take with them in everyday life, as well as giving the seniors one last great experience. And I want to thank you for your time and hearing me out on this topic.
Thank you, Allison.
Thank you, Allison. Representing our boys cross country team, we have Brady Bigger. Is Brady available?
I am. First off, I'd like to express my appreciation for allowing the student athletes to be part of this meeting and perhaps play a small part in the decision. I know me and my fellow cross-country runners have been anticipating the vote for some time now. Anyways, to get straight to it, those who participate in them and create a strong sense of school unity. I think there are three main purposes for sport in the lives of student athletes. First, they're an opportunity to have fun, build relationships, and de-stress. Second, they teach us lessons that I personally will remember for the entirety of my life. And third, they keep us physically in good shape. The coronavirus hasn't changed the fundamental role sports play in our lives. What it's done is introduced another potential threat both to our health and to the health of our community. However, when I step back and think about it, safety has always been the #1 priority at State High. That's why there's an season going forward.
Oh, I think we've lost the audio. I'm not sure if just for panelists or for students who are speaking. Yeah. Chris, I'm not sure if you're able to hear me, right?
That is correct, I am. Brady,
Okay.
you back, Brady?
What's that?
Are you back?
Yeah, sorry, did I freeze?
You did, I'm sorry.
Sorry, yeah, we missed a lot of that. Maybe if for anyone who's having difficulty with the audio, try turning your camera off.
Okay.
Brady, would you like to just finish up with that, your statements there?
Sure, I was almost done. But as long with all those, we're going to try and make sure we're following all the protocols. I know that we're all dedicated to our sports and that we're committed to the welfare of our community as well. I also know that when all this is over, we'll truly have come out better together. Thank you.
Thank you, Brady.
Yes. Thanks, Brady. Next up, representing the girls cross country is Claire Porter. Claire, are you available?
Yes. Should I cut off my camera?
That might be helpful, just so we can make sure we capture all your thoughts and ideas.
Okay. So, hi, I'm Claire Porter. I'm a senior and going to be representing the State College Girls Cross Country team. I've been running for State High all through high school, as well as being on their lacrosse team. When the last spring season got canceled, everyone on the team was devastated. The seniors were upset that we were never able to run again, but we all understood why we had to do what we did. For this next fall, we have grown our knowledge on how to live in this pandemic. With masks, social distancing, and virtual school every other day, I believe we are able to run the season safely. The girls have been training for the last 5 months, following all the health and safety guidelines. We keep 6 feet apart, wear masks while stretching, doing drills, and maintain a safe distance from each other while working out. When we run around the community, we are in groups of less than 8 people, and we always have our masks on whenever we pass other runners or pedestrians. Without the team and practices every day, I procrastinate schoolwork, lose motivation to stay active, and become less social in the community, and I know I'm not the only one. Cutting the fall season will negatively affect all the student athletes at State High mentally and physically. All of the girls on the team have been running day in and day out since this pandemic started back in March, readying ourselves for our cross-country season. As a senior, this is the last chance that I'm able to run in a high school meet, qualify for states, and spend time with my amazing team. So I want to thank you so much for listening and giving me this opportunity to speak in front of all of you. I strongly believe that the girls cross-country team can continue to practice while adhering to the safety procedures this season, and I hope you consider keeping my team this fall.
Thank you, Claire.
Thank you.
Yes, Claire, thank you very much. All right, now representing our field hockey team is Bayla Furmanek. Bayla, you available?
I'm here. Good evening, everyone. My name is Bayla Furmanek, and I am a member of the varsity field hockey team at State High, along with being the acting senior class president. First, we would like to thank you for allowing us the opportunity to hold optional trainings this summer and fall. Secondly, we want to bring to your attention and reassure you that we have and will continue to follow the CDC and the school-approved return to play guidelines. As female student athletes, we would like to continue the process of creating female mentors, role models, and leaders in our community through the sport of field hockey. Furthermore, we would like to thank you for your time and consideration of our viewpoints as dedicated State College student athletes. We would love the opportunity to compete this fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Bayla.
Yes, thank you, Bayla. Now, representing the football team is Drayson Green. Drayson, are you available? Drayson, are you with us at this time?
I don't see that hand raised.
Can you hear me?
Yes, and hi.
Okay. Hello. Hello, my name is Drayson Green, and I'm currently a senior this year at State High. I'm not only here to represent myself as a student athlete, but also to represent my teammates as well. I wanted to speak upon this upcoming football season. Us not having the season will not only impact our State High community, but also us athletes as a whole. Growing up, I didn't have the best father figure in my life that I needed. Coming into my freshman year, I was going through a rough time, and Coach Santel was someone that was there that really guided me in the right direction. He is one of the very few people who shaped me into the young man that I am today. He made me do better. Not having the season goes deeper than just not playing. It ultimately ruins the family-like brotherhood that State High football creates for us athletes. Football unites us as both family and as friends. Not having the season also impacts players' mental health and behaviors. Football serves as an outlet for a lot of athletes. Without the season, it hurts players' everyday routine. Football helps my teammates and I grow, develop, and be challenged physically, socially, and emotionally. These unique challenges and experiences shape me into the man that I am today and the man that I strive to be in the near future. State High football is a huge part of our community and affects our student body, families, and alumni that support us on Friday nights. I know you have concerns for the health of us athletes, and I understand that. We as student athletes have the utmost confidence and trust in our health plan that has been put in place by our athletic department. At every workout, we have demonstrated how we are able to practice safely while following the CDC guidelines. As players, if we weren't so confident in State High's abilities to keep the coaches, families, and our community safe, then we wouldn't be pushing this hard to play. Please do not take the valuable moments and opportunities from us that we won't get back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Drayson. Appreciate that. Now, representing the boys soccer team, we have Sasha Mahorik. Sasha, are you available? Sasha, you there with us today?
I see Sasha's in the attendee list. Hi, Sasha.
Can we circle back to Sasha?
Okay.
Okay, we can certainly do that. Thank you. We'll pick up Sasha at the very end then. Girls soccer, Casey Alfred. Casey, are you available? Casey, are you with us at this time?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we have you. Thank you very much, Casey.
Good evening, members of the school board. I'm Casey Eifrig, and I'm a senior and speaking on behalf of the girls soccer team. First, I would like to pay homage to all those impacted across the globe. We stand with all of humanity as we work collaboratively to provide comfort to those impacted and support those working to protect our future. We understand your apprehensions following through with fall sports, but we hope that you identify, as we have, the pros of having a season, albeit a modified one, prevail over the cons, and that no matter what our future looks like, we must find a way through the unknown. While we too prioritize the health and safety of our peers, we would like to call attention to the value that sport has in regards to our mental health. For us, soccer provides an emotional and physical release that is especially desired during this time of global change and stress. We enter our fall seasons craving that structure that we achieve through our organized practices, and now more than ever, a feeling of togetherness and community, even while distancing. We would also like to note that the continuation of school organized athletics will reduce student involvement of club teams that present a higher risk as they are frequently less regulated. As a team, we are also prepared to take proactive measures and strictly follow the CDC and PIAA guidelines and abide by regulations provided by the athletic department to ensure the welfare and protection of ourselves, our teammates, coaches, and community members. And as leaders, we are prepared to enforce these rules and be held accountable for our actions. Ultimately, we will cherish whatever opportunity we get to play. So thank you for your dedication and careful deliberation regarding the well-being of us student athletes, and we fully respect your final decision on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey.
Thank you, Casey, very much. And now, representing the girls tennis team, we have Caitlin Janik. Caitlin, are you available?
Hi.
Thank you.
Okay, so I had a statement prepared, but a lot of it was already stated, so I'm just gonna try to keep it short. So I've had a lot of conversations with my fellow teammates and co-captains, and so after all of that, considering the unknown long-term effects of COVID, we would like to do as much as we can in the safest way possible. So even if that's as little as just internal practices that would offer a safe and controlled environment, that would allow athletes to exercise and socialize, which would maintain our physical and mental well-being during the season. And even while competition is extremely rewarding, it should not be prioritized right now. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Caitlin, very much. Appreciate that. Okay, representing a girls volleyball team is Ariana Angus. Ariana, are you available? Ariana, you here with us this evening?
Yeah, I see your hand there.
Okay, go right ahead, Ariana.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we have you. Thank you very much.
My name is Ariana Angus, and I'm a senior representing the girls volleyball team. First, I would just like to thank the board for allowing time for student athletes to speak. We truly do appreciate the fact that you're willing to hear the students' perspective. As a team, we ask that you please allow us to have our final season of volleyball at State High. Most of us have been playing together since middle school and have been looking forward to our senior year of volleyball. It is truly heartbreaking to think that we can graduate without the opportunity to have our last season with this team who I consider family. Over the summer, throughout our optional workouts, we have taken all the right precautions to maintain not just our team's safety, but our community's safety. We are wearing masks, social distancing, and being very careful about where we go and what we do to avoid contracting the virus. COVID-19 is not something that we take lightly. We are all well aware of how dangerous this virus is and how cautiously we must proceed to avoid risking our community. Most of us also have grandparents and relatives who we must protect, so trust me when I say that we understand the risks of playing out our season. However, it is very important not only to consider the physical risks of this virus. You and us all, as a community, must consider the emotional and mental risks that we are all facing during this pandemic. What we thought was going to be a couple weeks of isolation has turned into almost half a year already. It may be difficult for many adults to understand how we, young adults, are feeling, but trust me when I tell you that it is extremely challenging to be cooped up in the house with your family most days, with very limited interaction with friends, and without the ability to do what you love and have been doing since elementary school, playing volleyball. There are some of us that are also considering playing in college, and missing the season would likely mean missing opportunities that would directly affect our future. Another point to consider is how expensive club volleyball is, and without a school season, some kids who are less privileged will not be able to play volleyball. School season gives every girl a chance to play regardless of income, so let's not take that opportunity away. In general, athletics helps student athletes with time management, higher self-esteem, leadership skills, along with so many other positive things that lead to lifelong healthy habits. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Ariana. Appreciate that. Next up, representing just our senior athletes is Carson Franks. Carson, are you available?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to be reading a letter that was created by multiple senior representatives of both boys and girls fall sports. So esteemed members of the school board, as seniors and representatives of our corresponding boys and girls fall sports teams, we want to address our concerns, aspirations, as well as our reassurances about the upcoming fall seasons. While we completely understand the concerns for our own personal safety, we want to emphasize that as student athletes and leaders of our teams, we have a certain amount of autonomy and responsibility regarding our own health as well. As leaders of our fall sports teams, we are prepared to take the proper precautions according to the CDC and PIAA return to play guidelines to keep ourselves, our teammates, our coaching staff, as well as our community safe during this time. We are also more than willing to be held accountable for our actions, and this can be observed at any of our optional, non-official workouts, regardless if there is a coach present or not. First, we want to call attention to the importance of the mental health and social benefits for student athletes while participating in a team sport. Throughout our 4 years at State High, we have learned a sense of discipline, time management, and strong moral values through our organized school sports. School sports provide a sense of belonging in the turmoil of entering a new school environment for incoming freshmen as well as other students. It is also of importance to recognize that the organization of school sports will prevent students from taking part in more unsupervised activities and be susceptible to more risky influences and behaviors. Secondly, if our school sports are canceled, an unfair environment will be created. Our student athletes will pay to play for AAU teams, club sports teams, and pay for workouts or trainings. This creates an unfair advantage and expands the opportunity gap between our most marginalized students at State High. This raises the question of equity among student athletes in the district for those who cannot financially support paying to play. Within these club organizations, the health and safety plans established there merely reflect the depth and attentive plans established at State High. Also, students are more likely to travel greater distances in the private sector as opposed to school sports, and those kids will return to our school and community. Finally, sports, clubs, and band promote student achievement, school spirit, and school connectedness. These will be missing from our community in the event that school sports are canceled. Also, risk assessment was a part of the educational plan. Families were given the flexibility to either use the remote learning experience or to send their kids to school. The same can be done for athletics because risk assessment has always been a part of athletics that has always been in the hands of the families. We respect your decisions no matter the outcome and hope you take into consideration the viewpoint of the student athletes as always, we hope to be better together this season more than ever. With hope and concern, senior fall sports student athletes.
Thank you, Carson. Appreciate that. Thanks for representing. I would like to circle back now to boys soccer to see if Sasha is now available, or even Owen Adams, boys soccer.
Hey, yeah, I'm here.
Thank you, Sasha.
Sorry about the mix-up. The invite to be a participant was sent to somebody else.
We're glad you're here now, so thank you very much.
Okay, this is something that all the seniors created together. It's not mine, it's us collectively, and this is what we want to say. We, the senior class of boys soccer team, are writing on behalf of our entire team to express our support for the proposed interim fall athletics plan and encouraging a fall sports season. Each of us has been playing soccer for the majority of our lives and have been looking forward to the season for years. Some of us are also relying on the soccer season as a manner of pursuing playing college at the collegiate level. For others, soccer serves an outlet from the stress of school as well as everyday life. No matter what draws players to the team, each season our team becomes a family where students feel safe and welcomed. Additionally, school sports provide unique opportunities for students who are unable to play club sports for a lack of the ability to travel to games or pay team fees. For that reason, school sports offers a program that is free for players, encourages all students to come out and play. Sports also come to occupy great importance in the lives, and many students will look forward to coming to school because they're so committed to the sport that they will do whatever it takes to participate in the sport they love. We recognize the circumstances surrounding this fall may make it very easy to cancel the season. However, because soccer means so much to us, we're willing to do what it takes to minimize the risk of COVID-19. We continue to fill our daily screenings to ensure we have no symptoms. We wear masks whenever not actively participating, as well as maintain appropriate distance from each other during warm-ups, instruction, and water breaks. Moving forward, we are committed to being more active in maintaining these protocols. In addition to the coaches, we as seniors will take it upon ourselves to act as good role models and make sure that all guidelines are being followed, and assist the coaches in setting up a safe environment. We know that this decision is not an easy one to make, but given the immense importance of fall sports to us, our teammates, and the entire State High community, it would be heartbreaking to see our season permanently called off after all that we have worked for. Thank you for considering our support in the proposed plan. Sincerely, the seniors of the boys soccer team.
Thank you, Sasha.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Again, I'm speaking on behalf of Lauren Crisp and myself. I can't express how proud we are of all you young athletes who spoke here this evening and continue to share their thoughts and ideas with us. So thank you so much, and we're just so darn proud of you guys. Amber, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thanks, Chris. Kyle, did I see your hand raised?
No, sorry about that.
Oh, okay. I wanted to make sure I give you an opportunity to speak. Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay. I think we will go ahead and take about a 5-minute break for the board to just take a break, and we'll be back in 5 minutes or so. And if board members could just turn your cameras back on when you get back, that way I'll know everyone's back from the break. So we are adjourned. Okay, are we all back now? I'd like to really thank the students who spoke this evening. It's really, they're the ones who are impacted by these decisions. So it's really always so helpful to have students speak at our board meetings, and particularly on such a difficult topic as this one. Dr. O'Donnell, I'll turn it back over to you.
You bet. The next item we have pertains to the fitness center. You have our engineer. I think he's still with us. Ed, do you want to take it away? And I see Tim is still with us. So in regard to the air exchange in this space, you see the outline there. I know Diane is with us as well this evening. We'd like to access that space similarly to how we're using in phys ed, and we have parameters in place. But since there were questions around air exchange, I'll turn it over to Ed.
Thanks, Bob. As we outlined in our plan, we've been working with our consulting engineering group at Reese Hackman to evaluate our systems in all the district buildings, which would obviously include the high school fitness center and gyms. Our goals are to maximize the amount of outside air that's entering into the space to the extent that we can without creating other problems such as undue mold or humidity. But we are taking those safeguards on the systems that are typically designed to save energy and disabling those to enable more outside airflow. We are running the systems throughout the day and evening and not doing typical nighttime shutdowns that we would do during a normal school year. Or we don't shut down or scale backs, what would be called nighttime setbacks. Those are being disabled. We've deployed standalone HEPA filtration units to aid with airborne virus in those spaces. And we continue to, we have quite a bit of systems around the district, and it's an ongoing work on our part, and we're continuing and working to potentially evaluate capital projects for the future that could also make improvements. Tim Sharp's been the primary mechanical engineer from the Reese Hackman team working with us. Tim didn't prepare a presentation by any means. He's here more to answer questions. So with that introduction, I'd open it up to board member questions.
Board members? Tim, thank you so much for being here with us this evening. Really appreciate it.
No, it's my pleasure, Amber.
Okay, I don't see any hands raised. Oh, Jim.
Yeah, I just, I think we talked about this, and maybe Dr. Trask could provide some information on this too, but the standalone HEPA filters have not been shown to suppress the virus at all, or is that right? Or, this particular virus?
So HEPA filters in and of themselves do have the ability to trap this virus. It's a very small virus, but it does. There are a whole series of filters out there, and I think some of the misconception in the industry is the filters that don't actually filter to that micron level. We're talking about 0.125 microns is about the size of the virus. When it's combined with a droplet of water, it's even larger. And HEPA filters in and of themselves have the ability to go down past that size. They actually go down to 0.1 micron, which is a little bit smaller than the actual virus. So they definitely do have the ability to, if it's the correct style of filter.
Okay, and we have the correct style of filter as well.
Yeah. So Ed and his team put together a series of portable HEPA filtration units that they've implemented in a number of areas throughout the district. And each of those has a true HEPA filter in it that's capable.
Okay, good news. Thank you.
Okay.
Gretchen?
Yeah, hi, thank you so much for being here with us tonight. The question that I've been trying to understand is the air exchange rate for different spaces, and in particular tonight, of course, we're talking about the fitness center. And I appreciate and understand that the answer has been that we are setting the system to have as much outside air as possible, and that makes a lot of sense. But I'm wondering if we know, for example, in the fitness center, how many times per hour the air is exchanged. Do we have that air exchange rate for the fitness center?
Gretchen, we do have that. Fortunately, that building and that particular room was designed with the ability to bring in a large amount of outside air, specifically an amount that's even higher than what the industry standard says that we should be ventilating at today as we reopen classrooms and school buildings. That system has an ability to go anywhere from 2 air changes per hour, so once every 30 minutes, all the way up to once every 12 minutes, which exceeds what we would use as an ASHRAE standard. ASHRAE is the body that defines what minimum ventilation rate should be. So you're actually in a very good position with this particular space, and you're approximately 2 times what the industry average says you should do as a bare minimum.
Okay, so just if I understand correctly, this system for the fitness center can range from, for the air exchange rate to be 2 times an hour all the way to once every 12 minutes. And do we know what it's set at?
So right now, I can't tell you as of this moment, but I can tell you that with the time of day scheduling changes that have been put in place, it's now running 24/7. So as Ed mentioned, it's not setting back for evenings or weekends. The outside air quantity itself, I can't tell you, but I can tell you what the plan of action is, and that is to implement a control strategy that allows it to operate at its maximum condition on a continuous basis to purge the space and dilute the pathogens.
So it'll be set to the maximum capacity?
Correct.
Okay. And by the way, the reason that I've been asking about this air exchange rate is based off of research with air exchange rates and a tuberculosis outbreak in Taipei at Taipei University. And so it's been helpful to understand what those numbers are, because we know what was effective in getting the air to be safe with the infection of tuberculosis from previous studies. And because COVID-19 is also aerosol borne, then that will give us at least somewhat of an idea of what would be an effective rate for COVID-19 and reducing infection transmission of COVID-19. So I guess I'm asking this so that families out there who are wondering, is it safe if my student wants to go use the fitness center after school? These numbers, because it can, the air exchange rate can go all the way up to once every 12 minutes per hour, and that's apparently what it'll be set at, because you just said it'll be set at the maximum capacity, then that seems to be the best we could possibly do. So that's really great to hear. And then I also, Jim's question triggered me into thinking of a follow-up question to what he asked about the HEPA filters. And is it the case that the size of the HEPA filter matters in relation to the size of the room?
So it's not so much the physical size of the filter, but it's the airflow rate. And back to your question about the number of air changes you have in an hour. So the airflow rate through the filter is the important piece of the puzzle, but in a very similar relationship, the more air we push through a filter, the the larger it physically has to be in order for a fan to be able to push it through the dense material of a HEPA filter. So while it's not directly tied to size, it's indirectly tied to physical size of the filter.
So are you talking about the airflow in the room is also important in addition to the HEPA filter itself, or the fan within the HEPA filter system?
Sure. So in your caseload, specifically with the fitness room, you have two independent systems. One is the portable HEPA filter filtration unit. The second that we just talked about with the air changes per hour is a built-in system to the building as part of the infrastructure. So they're two physically independent systems in this case.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Laurel, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just checking. Is the fitness center being used during the day currently? During the school day?
For the PE classes. Yes, for PE class.
Okay, so this and everything that's in here is similar then to what they're doing during the day already. It's just changing, just doing it after school. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Thank you.
Joy, do you have your hand up?
Yes, I finally figured out how to raise my hand, so I'll quit interrupting people. Sorry. My sophomore son had to teach me about Zoom. But anyway, I just wanted to say that there's some pretty significant differences between tuberculosis and coronavirus. Even if there's thought that coronavirus is aerosolized, which generally in the medical community is still considered in pretty unique situations based on the procedure going on, the size of the droplet is different. So tuberculosis hangs in the air for a long, long time. So the filtration and negative pressure rooms and that sort of thing, that is really a virus that is considered, if you are just in a room breathing, those droplets can be high risk. That is airborne transmission. And we're really still considering coronavirus droplet transmission as the primary rate of spread. So your statistics and parameters for those filters or negative airflow rooms are quite a bit more strict with tuberculosis compared to coronavirus.
Okay, thank you. Gretchen.
Yeah, actually the article that I keep citing is not trying to say that COVID-19 is as contagious as tuberculosis. The research is showing what reduced transmission within the air of a contaminant that is disease. And so the article was written to inform people about what ventilation levels should be for COVID-19, specifically COVID-19. And I'm happy to share this article with the board. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions in regard to the fitness center item? Lori.
Yeah, in a conversation that we had last week, it was talked about the possibility of moving aerobic-based exercises outside, or encouraging students to use the track or use things outside of the facility had been brought up. And I'm wondering if that is still a consideration, or if, given this conversation regarding air exchange rates and filtration, if that even matters at this point. So this is just me coming at it from what would be the best way to deal with aerobic activities that would typically produce more output of virus aerosolization.
So I'll let Diane talk a little bit about that. Some other options as opposed to removing them all might be really lessening the numbers significantly, but because I know it plays into her planning a lot. And then with the new information of the actual ventilation system, is that something we want to still consider in the massive amount or shrink it down to maybe several equipment? So I'll let Diane talk a little bit about that. And of course, moving outside is always an option. It just changes the options that she can do with kids. So.
Thank you, Jean. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for letting me be here to represent our facility. As it comes to working with the cardio equipment, I understand the apprehensions. For an example, what we would be doing if we went with the plan as is we are using just under half of what our cardio equipment would be at any one time. So currently our facility has 41 pieces total spread out over between the main room and the separate spin room. We would not be using all of those pieces. Each piece can only have every other piece based off of the 6 foot necessary. Of that, that drops us down to 24 pieces, which could be used. Again, spread 6 feet apart. And for planning purposes, at no one time was I planning on having all 24 pieces used at one point. Because first of all, the likelihood of having 2 treadmills and everybody want to use those 2 treadmills is very unlikely as is. So having the number of pieces, if it would feel more convenient and more comfortable and more responsible to potentially lower the number of pieces of cardio that the board would like to see in use. Due to those concerns, we can most certainly do that. My only concern is if students are coming after school and they're scheduled to be there, once they leave the facility, they're no longer able to be socially distanced and maintained and masked. And also quite a few pieces of our pieces used after school is for the primary purpose of just building cardiovascular. So they need some of those different pieces to give themselves time to build up their aerobic base. And many other pieces are used, such as our bikes, for rehab purposes as we develop back into taking care of the tendons and joints as we are coming back from this long hiatus of rest. So I'm not sure if there's any other questions based on the cardio pieces that would help you with your decision-making process.
No, that's super helpful. That's great information. Thank you so much, Diane.
Gretchen?
Sorry, I forgot to lower my hand.
Scott?
Sorry as well. I was going to make the comment that I think being outside in any opportunity is probably preferable to being inside, but Jean had already said that and I forgot to lower mine. Sorry.
Yeah, agreed. Okay. Any other questions on the fitness center? Okay. All right. Thank you, Diane, for all your work on this as well. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Coach.
Okay. All right, Dr. O'Donnell, do you want to move on to a different item now?
Mr. Brown, the athletic trainer contract, obviously, if we're doing more with student athletes, we have an update for the board in regard to what we put out to RFP. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Brown, Mr. Weekland, to just share an overview of what we have and field any questions that you have.
Thank you, Dr. O'Donnell. We were notified probably in July of this summer that our current provider was seeking to provide a notice to cancel the contract and providing services to us out of their own desire and nothing related to a bad experience with the district. So we have completed a fairly quick RFP of local providers and received 2 responses. And what we have found, and we wanted to give you a heads up tonight, but what you'll see on your agenda for Wednesday night is a recommendation to move forward with a contract with Mount Nittany Health System as our athletic trainer for the next year. And so it will, if you, by approving that and allowing us to move forward into contract development, we will be able to provide a couple weeks for a transition time. The current provider remains on until I think it's the September 23rd providing services to the school district. Does anybody have any questions?
Lori?
Yes. In the event of a shutdown, is there any opportunity for prorating these things if we don't have any athletics happening even for a couple of months and then we come back on? Or is it just a flat $25,000 contract?
Well, first of all, Dr. Eder has helped us to craft language for almost every single one of our contracts that have come up to include language such as this so that we have that ability. Quite honestly, that $25,000 is a fraction of what we had paid in the previous years. And so I believe that that even in closure, there may be, I believe that we found that, or being remote, I guess I should say, closure of in-person, we did have our athletic trainers providing some services. So I think that, yes, we will continue to look at those types of things, but there probably would be some remuneration necessary or appropriate based upon our previous experience with our last athletic trainer. And we did, even without that language in the previous contract, we did experience some savings, and there was a negotiation of payments to that provider.
Lori,
yeah.
To follow up briefly on what Randy said, we have essentially two types of contracts in that regard. Some that will say we pay as we use them. So if there's a shutdown and we're not using them, there's no cost. And then for the others, as Randy said, depending upon the specific nature of the contract, we worked out language so that it would be fair to both sides to work through the process. So we have addressed that in a variety of manners.
Thank you.
Thank you. Scott?
Yeah, I was just curious what happened with the prior provider. And sorry if I missed that, or maybe that's a legal contractual matter, but I'm just trying to get my arms around what specifically is prompting or was prompting the RFP.
They gave us notice that they were going to cease and providing services to the school district.
Okay.
It was their business. It was a business choice on their end.
Okay. Thanks.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Any other board questions? So this will be on our next board agenda for Wednesday then?
Yes, it will.
Great. Thank you. Okay. So I guess that probably brings us to the end of the agenda for today. Unless anyone has any further questions on today's agenda items. Okay, then we will have time for, Laurel. Mm-hmm.
No, I'm just checking if we're going to have any discussion, or, there were some questions specifically for the people who were here, but maybe some other questions as well. Or are we doing
go ahead.
Comment or?
Go ahead.
Okay. I had been looking at the plan, and there was something in there. This was just, something I didn't understand about soccer players having to wear long-sleeved, long-legged garments.
I can speak to that unless Chris or Lauren wants to.
Go ahead, Jean.
It's more to prevent the skin-to-skin contact for that incidental contact. So you may have, it's so that you're not getting the sweat on people.
Okay, but the other sports don't have that type of contact? I mean, I know things like golf probably don't, but.
Right. In sports where there could be incidental, we would recommend a long sleeve.
Okay. I've just been surprised by seeing that singled out.
Mm-hmm.
And then also, as we move forward, both for Wednesday, but also looking ahead to future planning, it would be nice to have a sort of summary report about how the interim program so far has gone in terms of enforcement, and whether there have been some challenges, and how many kids were involved and that type of thing, as well as how that would compare if we went ahead with a competitive season.
Well, right now, we're proposing the interim plan, Laurel. We don't have a proposal on the table for a competitive season right now.
And then I also had a question about practices. If we were going to a competitive season, something about the number of practices they have to get in, would these count?
These would count.
Yes.
Okay. Because that was something the doctor also mentioned. Thanks.
All right. Other questions or comments?
And the athletic plan approval is part of the state requirement. So we're not at a competitive point, but for what we're doing with athletics, this is a step forward and a little different. And we'd also involve the middle level student athletes as well. So that's why we brought it forward for approval.
All right. Okay, so this will be on our agenda Wednesday as an action item. Okay. So any other board discussion in regard to the plan? If not, then I'm going to move to public comment. Okay. Doug Levinsky, I see your hand up. If you would like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself, where you reside in the district, and we will have. Hi, Doug, and we'll have 3 minutes per person for public comment.
I'll try not take the 3 whole minutes because I'm sure a lot of people want to comment. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. My name is Doug Levinsky. I'm in Ferguson Township, and I know a lot of you from my role in the Education Foundation Board. I've also been heavily involved in youth sports in the community, currently the president of Center Basketball, and very interested in what you all are doing here. I have a freshman in high school. I've had 2 kids go through the program, and I think I can say for sure that kids will be playing sports this fall somewhere. If the school district doesn't have it, they will find it somewhere else. There will be other providers out there. And I know I would feel much, much, much more comfortable with my daughter playing within the school district's supervision. The coaches, the athletic department, they are just outstanding. And I really, really hope that she gets the opportunity to do that. And we don't have to look for outside resources for her. I also am curious, I haven't heard yet, maybe I missed it, but I wasn't sure how this delay might impact our playing in the Mid-Penn Conference. I know they delayed the start until September 4th, but I just don't know how that, if we do decide to resume competition, if we continue to delay, if that's going to impact that at all. And the last thing I'll just say is, the kids have done a great job, I think, of following the rules. The coaches have done a great job of following the rules. And I know it's easy to say, well, we're trying to protect you from yourselves. But I really think if we don't let the kids participate, they're going to, I'd like to hear from the other folks on the district staff that we have that are more experts in the field with psychology and mental health as to what they think the outcome might be if we take away the carrot of youth sports and being able to participate in games and participate fully with all the other teams in the district and throughout the state that are playing. My concern would be what would happen not only to them mentally, but what will happen to the rest of the school and the community, because I wonder just how long, that will have such success with a low COVID transmission rate and positivity rate, because we are dangling that carrot of sports for these kids, that if we take that away, what will happen to those kids if they don't have the incentive to wear a mask or to self-quarantine after going out of state or what have you. So that's all I'm going to say. Thank you very much. Appreciate everybody's thoughts on this.
Thank you, Doug. Okay, I need to get back the list of, okay, Michelle Rodino, I see your hand raised. And if you could just introduce yourself and where you reside in the district, and then you would have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. Thanks again for having another long meeting and taking in all these perspectives. And I just wanted to comment on the doctor's analogy to thunder. getting hit by lightning and, in a thunderstorm. I kind of like that analogy because it kind of shows that, even though we have low chances of getting hit by lightning, and also low chances of suffering negative consequences from that, there are still closures of sports, closures of pools. And I have to add too, without a lot of protest about it, I don't see people protesting when there's a thunderstorm and we decide to, postpone a game. There's not an outrage. It's understood this is a safety concern. Where the analogy kind of runs out of steam, though, is if you get struck by lightning, you don't bring that lightning home to your family. You don't bring that lightning home to your friends or to your teammates or to your coaches. So we really need to think about that. There's a thunderstorm that's ongoing while we have this pandemic until we have treatment, a cure, a vaccine. Yes, we need more mental health resources. This is going to be a really tough time with or without sports. And certainly anything we would do that would prolong this pandemic is also going to make the mental health fallout from this pandemic worse. So I think we do need to take our lumps, as the doctor said, and take aggressive action to prevent the spread in the community and in our homes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Julie Kwasnika, I see your hand raised. If you could just introduce yourself, where you reside in the district, and then you would and unmute yourself, and then you'd have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Julie Kwasnika. I live in Ferguson Township. My daughter is a sophomore at State High, and she is on the cross country and track teams. And I just have a few brief things to say. I would like to point out that Dr. Sebastianelli spent most of the time he was talking about football. And even though I love football as much as anyone, and I do not want to see it canceled, we do know that it's not the only fall sport. He said that Penn State football is not currently practicing, but I know for a fact that the Penn State cross country team is practicing now. And I suspect that other sports are as well. And we have at least 3 non-contact, completely outdoor fall sports at State High. And I hope that the board will consider the risks of those sports specifically and not base all decisions now or in the future just on football. Also, I'd like to thank Mr. Weekland for his excellent and very relevant remarks. I agree with everything he said, and I will confirm that many financially comfortable families I know are looking for opportunities to compete outside of high school sports. And those opportunities will take our athletes outside of State College and sometimes outside of Pennsylvania. And unfortunately, as we've heard many people say, some families are not going to have the means to make this happen for their athletes. And finally, I would like to ask you, in regards to both sports and to potentially closing down schools this week, please don't punish our students for following the rules. Everything I've heard is about what a great job they're doing, both at school and at sports practices. So let's reward those efforts rather than taking something away from them when they're doing a good job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Julie. Amy Schoen, I see your hand up. If you'd like to introduce yourself, where you reside in the district, and then you would have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amy Schoen, and I reside in Ferguson Township, and I have a son who is a senior and is on the football team. And I am talking tonight to urge you to vote yes to the athletic health and safety plan in its entirety. And here's some reasons why. The PIAA voted on 8/21 of 20 with a 25-5 vote that all high school sports could be played safely. They also have qualified medical staff on their teams or on their board, and they felt it was safe to do under conditions that they set forth. The vast majority of our coaches are also teachers or staff, and they support the plan to play. They know that we've been following the health and safety plans and are in support of that. I also believe that secondary sports at least should continue with or without in-person schools. There are multiple schools throughout the state of Pennsylvania who chose to go fully remote and are still having sports seasons. In fact, over 100 of the Allegheny County football teams are continuing to play, and the vast minority have chosen not to. I think it's something that should remain constant for our kids' lives, even when so many other things have not. And in fact, if school does move to remote learning only, the additive risk is dramatically lessened for our kids because they will only be playing sports. I also would like to say that it's time to get back in the field, the court, and the mats. Every day that goes by without moving forward lessens the hopes and dreams of these kids who have worked so hard and followed all the rules. The seniors will not get another chance. The majority of these athletes will not play past high school, and each of us gets one childhood. I had mine, you had yours, and our kids need theirs. They'll get one chance to discover who they are and make memories, and that's going to last a lifetime. Every missed practice and game is gone for good with these kids. My son and many other kids, sports have provided the structure and the accountability that he's needed to stay on a good path. And I just strongly urge you to vote yes and approve the plan to let them continue to play. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Denise Cameron, I see your hand raised. If you'd like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself and where you reside in the district.
Hello, I'm Denise Cameron, and I reside in Ferguson Township, and I have a son who's a sophomore and also participates in the football program. I'm here mostly to speak on advocating for the fall interim plan, that we keep these kids going. To have a stop and start is really hard, not just on football players, but all the sports programs, especially if the potential is there for them to have competitive play, which we're seeking and hoping that we can do that. The kids need to continue to have those practices, and I'm advocating that even with the school closure, that could still take place. These are smaller groups that the mitigation efforts have already shown to be very successful. I believe our coaches are ready and willing to support that. There was mention, and I don't understand all the details, but there was mention that if the school closes, we're still talking about providing centers for kids that absolutely have no home care and needs to meet IEPs. So we're still looking at bringing kids to school, if I'm understanding that correctly. If that's possible, then surely our programs as sports are possible as well in making that happen. More than anything, I think as parents, we want the right to choose that. There was some concern about, well, these kids come home, they have middle-aged families at home, but that ultimately is our choice with our health. And I just have another comment that really weighs heavy on me too, is the announcement of having extra mental health support. I think this is great, but you know, it seems like we're willing to risk having a lot of kids have mental health problems because they're just locked away and isolated, when we can figure out, and we've proven already that we can mitigate this and give the kids the things that they need. So again, I would just ask that we still consider the sports, and that if the school is closing, which it sounds like everyone is leaning that way, that we can still look at efforts to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Joe Gordon, I see your hand raised. If you could unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and where you reside in the district, and then you would have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi, my name is Joe Gordon, Patton Township resident and proud parent of a State College area girls volleyball senior. I wanted to share my thoughts regarding fall sports at State College Area High School. A well-rounded education includes academics, physical activity, and social interaction. In the words of the late former President John F. Kennedy, quote, "Physical fitness is not only one of the most important keys to a healthy body, it is the basis of dynamic and creative intellectual activity," unquote. We're meeting tonight to weigh the risk of having fall sports. I believe the risk, and science supports me, is very low. The CDC recently updated their website to reveal COVID-19 death statistics. Of the deaths reported in the United States due to this dreaded disease, just 6% were from COVID-19. The other 94% had 2 to 3 other serious illnesses, and overwhelmingly were advanced age. By contrast, the 2009 H1N1 influenza, commonly known as the swine flu, killed 282 school-age children in the United States. According to the CDC, 90 school-age children nationwide have died from coronavirus through August 6. 0 in Pennsylvania, despite being 12th in the nation of cases nationwide. Why shutter schools now compared to 2009, let alone stop sports? This is the science. Sports provides opportunity for those who would otherwise be unable to compete in today's world. Many poor, underprivileged children depend on sports as a segue to prosperity. Denying kids athletics denies them this opportunity at best and is discriminatory at worst. I applaud your efforts for safety against this disease, but I ask just why this risk factor? Why do we have cars? Thousands dies nationwide, including school-age children. Why have alcohol, marijuana, and other mind-altering substances as thousands die each year, and organizations such as SAD and MAD demand action? Life is risk. Too much focus on safety denies a student health and wellness. In all these examples, cars, alcohol, etc., as I mentioned, we protect those most at risk and vulnerable. And unlike coronavirus, not at the expense of those that have limited risk. In hearing the senior athletes tonight, I applaud their determination to play while being safe with limited exception. They are a powerful reminder of who these decisions affect. We spent hundreds of millions on a new school and millions more on a football stadium. Let's use them. For the guest, Dr. Sebastianelli, is there a conflict of interest with a board member? High school sports should be allowed to measure to protect those at risk taken. Children decline to play. However, measures to stop everything denies a child's right to live a healthy, active lifestyle. The PIAA overwhelmingly voted 25-5 to restart fall sports. State College ranks 22nd in total school expenditures of 750 schools. We have the resources to make fall sports happen. Children deserve to live healthy and well, with sports as a core part of their success. Please put aside your bias and political views and make health and wellness as equal a priority as safety. This is your duty. Please.
Mr. Gordon, we've reached our time, so thank you very much for your comments. Okay. I see Aaron Roan's hand raised. If you could just introduce yourself and where you reside in the district, and then you can go ahead and have 3 minutes to speak.
You got me?
I can hear you. Thanks.
My name is Aaron Roan. I'm a dentist. I reside in Ferguson Township. Basically, I have a question. It's essentially everyone on the school board who has a kid that would want to play or does play sports. And if you don't have a kid, what's the issue with them participating in terms of your safety? Everyone at this point knows 6 months in that how you can be safe and how you can't be safe. I mean, I have 7-year-old grandparents of my kids that would risk anything to see them play sports and achieve and compete. So I don't understand why we're trying to propagate this safety and well-being when they're wearing masks and doing everything possible to be safe. COVID has a lot lesser risk for them than influenza, and you've all heard me on the school board with all my emails, Coxsackie virus, Epstein-Barr, and we don't shut down for that. So there's no reason they should not be playing or participating or going to school full time. As a matter of fact, I was blindsided by an email that we're going to stop school. It's absolutely insanity. I work in an environment where we have total infection issues all the time. I work in a mouth. There's been no documented cases of a dentist transmitting it from patient to patient, and we're talking about aerosols and every other possibility. So I believe that they should be played. It's ridiculous. I'm done.
Thank you for your comments. Fred Egger, I see your hand raised. If you'd like to introduce yourself, where you reside in the district, and then you would have 3 minutes for speaking.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
You can. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. My wife and I are here. We're in College Township. We have 3 children, one at State High, one at Mountain, and one at Spring Creek, all like to play sports. I want to thank you, the board, and everyone who participated tonight and contributed. Again, you provide a tremendous amount of information for everyone to consider. I do believe that the board and the staff have done a yeoman's job during this difficult time. The efforts you put into opening the school have not been trivial. You should continue to challenge your assumptions on the red lines that you have created and your interpretation of COVID data. It's just too complex. I would like to express my expectation as a parent of children in the district of your continued efforts to provide the student athletes the ability to participate in sports. You will never eliminate risk, and the difficulty you face in your decision for fall sports is quite frankly hard. However, you should remember that the decision for parents and their children to participate is equally as hard, and we have the option not to participate. Realize that there is significant support for the opening of fall sports. The emotional and physical and school at this time of their lives cannot be understated. The elimination of those opportunities and the uncertainty of after-school recreation time will create the opposite effect. The staff at the state, your staff has created a great plan, and it's better than any of the other athletics plan that I've seen anywhere else in the state, including those areas of the state that are already open for fall sports. As my wife and I sat here and listened to the young students tonight, it was emotional. They have done everything you have asked them to do. They deserve the opportunity to play. I hope you vote to allow this plan to go forward on Wednesday. Thank you, and that's all I have.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Egger. Brenda Gibson, I see your hand raised. If you'd like to introduce yourself, where you reside in the district, and then you would have 3 minutes. Thank you. Sorry, I think she dropped off. Mary Beth Lieb, if you would like to speak. If you would like to unmute yourself and then introduce yourself, where you reside in the district, and you will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, hi, Mary Beth's my wife. I'm Dave Lieb. My daughter Megan is a senior in State High, and she plays basketball. And I'm in favor of fall sports and sports in general at State High. And my reasoning is based on a summer of travel basketball with Megan. We played in a bunch of tournaments, different cities including outside of Pennsylvania. She played for 2 different teams at various times. None of her teammates, none of her coaches, none of the parents became sick. Largely, I believe, because precautions were good at most tournaments. Masking was required, distancing was required. There were few spectators, which I'd love to see my daughter play, but if we can't have spectators, I'm okay in letting her play. It's her time, as many have said. And also temperatures were taken at the door. So with these precautions, none of the players, like I said, or anybody associated with them became sick. I think these precautions can be duplicated at State High and even more tightly regulated. I agree with other speakers that have said that these kids are going to play travel sports. So they're going to play travel sports no matter what. We have the opportunity for them to play these sports in a controlled environment at State High. Whereas if they go playing travel sports at different states and different locations, these regulations may or may not be in place. We were at a few tournaments where not all the regulations were followed. And so I think at State High, like I said, we have the opportunity for these kids to play under a very tightly regulated environment that is safe. And based on my experiences this summer, when those regulations are tightly followed. The risk, although there is still some risk, obviously, nobody I know got sick from those tournaments. So that's some personal data from this summer. I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I hope you give these kids the opportunity to participate and compete. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Dave Brown, I see your hand up. If you would like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself and where you reside in the district.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Hi, I just live in College Township, and I guess my comments were sort of more of the broad issue of school closure rather than athletics in particular. And to me, it seems like almost too much of a knee-jerk reaction. I mean, we have 0 cases in the entire school. There's been an uptick in cases in town, but that's really only Penn State students, and that's because they go to parties with no masking or distancing. And someone earlier in the meeting said, well, these people are in the community with us. Well, the community has mask ordinances. You're not going to catch COVID if you're briefly next to someone and you're both wearing masks shopping at Walmart or Target. So, I mean, I read the email earlier about the school district possibly closing, and my wife and I both got pretty nervous and frankly very upset too, because we're afraid that, you know, the school district could close when it doesn't need to, and then since it's closed, they'll say, well, we just won't reopen, even if the cases go down. And I think we need to realize that, you know, COVID isn't going away. So we can't, you know, shut down again. How long are we going to do this? 1 year, 2, 3, how many more years are we going to, you know, shut down and have these discussions? So we can't wait until there's absolutely 0 risk. There's always going to be risk. And these kids that are in school, especially young kids, they can't stay home forever. They need to go to school. They need to have that education or that socialization, because if we shut down, and I'm afraid if we do shut down, we'll stay shut down. It's almost like this 1 more year of school is just sort of going to go down the drain, and we're concerned with kids not getting a proper school education. And I think it puts a lot of families at high stress as well, because it's like you can have a job or you can homeschool your kid, but not both. And if you try to do both of those things, something's going to get sacrificed. And the one other thing I wanted to echo as well, someone said they're going to have these learning centers if schools close. And to me, I guess the question is, why could we have a learning center with kids that need it, but not just have schools open? It seems like effectively it's the same thing, kids gathering in a place to get together. And I think the kids in the schools are doing a very good job with masking and distancing, and there's no case at the school. So I think it's a knee-jerk reaction to try to close the schools down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Lisa Edwards, or I'm sorry, Dave Brown, I see your hand raised. Or Lisa Edwards. Okay. Jennifer, no. Okay. Jennifer Black, I see your hand raised, and I think you're unmuted.
Yes. Hi, I'm Jennifer Black from Half Moon Township. I have 2 kids at Grayswoods Elementary and 1 at Park Forest Middle School. I feel like we can't look at this issue as a punishment and reward thing. We're not punishing anybody because they've been doing a great job with mask wearing. The virus doesn't care whether we've been doing the best that we can at wearing masks. And I do applaud everyone who has been doing their part, but the virus is unpredictable. And I mean, we can't control other people's actions and what our numbers look like. So I don't think it's fair to look at it as a punishment and reward type of thing. Nobody wants to punish any of our kids, especially the seniors, because it is such a special time for them. But I mean, this is just kind of one of those things where this is a time where we have to do things a little differently. I completely understand the mental health issues. I've seen that with my own kids and myself, and it's hard. And I feel like having the students, if we can safely have the students practice and play within people in our district where we know what the health plan is and we know how much work has gone into it and how well thought out it is, to have them gather with friends on their sports teams and do that, that's going to help with the mental health issues. That's going to help get them out there and have some sense of normalcy. But I don't feel like we should be playing other schools where we don't know what their health plans are. We don't know how well thought or not well thought out their boards have been with everything that they've done, whether they're in school or whether they're not in school. I feel like that is kind of throwing away a lot of our hard work when we put all of those kiddos into a situation with other people in other states or counties or districts, and we don't know what they've been doing or not doing. And yes, even if I choose not to have my son play his sport, he still will be, well, hopefully if we're in school, he will be in school with kids who have been playing that sport in other areas and therefore, may pose a risk for everyone else at their school. So thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Lisa Edwards, if you would like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself and where you reside in the district.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Hi, I'm Lisa Edwards. I live in Boalsburg in Harris Township. I have a middle school student, 6th grader, and a senior. I just want to share, a word of thanks to all of the hard work that you all have put into this, this season of uncertainty. I do want to share something. I was a Penn State grad in '92 and a high school teacher for many years. I also owned an in-home daycare for teachers' children. So I dealt with sickness and uncertainty at different times. One thing I do want to mention, I always said this about high school students particularly, but it also is true with middle school students. When they don't have activities or things to keep them busy, even good students and good kids will find ways to get in trouble, unfortunately. I taught in a high school in Georgia years ago, and in one school year, we had 4 high school students killed in car accidents. None of them were involved in after-school activities. All of them were in situations where they were engaging in risky behavior, but did we stop students from driving? No. I also taught during the year of Columbine. Did we stop students from going to school after that? No. So I feel as if, we need to, if we're going to ask students to rise up to a challenge, they will, and they have. And it's our duty to teach them to be good citizens and excellent participants of society, and letting them continue in everything that allows them to be those things, whether it's sports or drama or band or whatever activity they may choose. We need to encourage that and let that happen. And there are risks in everything. Thank you for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you, Lisa. Elizabeth Klinke, I see your hand raised. If you would like to unmute yourself, introduce yourself and where you reside in the district.
Hi, my name is Lisa Klinke. I'm a pediatrician. I've lived in town for, 13 years now. I think some people may know that I used to be a public health officer, and I've worked overseas with many natural disasters and epidemics at the same time. I'm sorry that I didn't write out something ahead of time, it would be certainly much more efficient that way. I really appreciate all the efforts that the board has gone into thinking about this. You guys are doing a great job, and I'm glad that you've been able to gather resources to help you make these good decisions that will benefit our whole community. I really appreciated the information from the epidemiologist and your medical team that you've gathered together. I think you've got some smart folks. First, though, about the closure, I hope that level-headed, evidence-based information reigns when we decide to close. And I, like other people have alluded to, I would hope that we wouldn't close for the remainder of the season, but that we would be able to look at information and see whether we couldn't reopen as cases went down and stuff again. I'm thankful that the district brought our attention to the idea that school might close abruptly. I appreciate Joy's concern that we could close and then open again and close and open again. But I think if that's what the numbers warrant, then that's what we should do so that we can have the kids in school as much as we can. I also agree with the earlier comments that just because school closes doesn't mean that kids can't have practice in small groups, continuing to gather with their friends on a limited basis. I agree that we're not there yet as far as closing. I was glad to hear that we're thinking about specific parameters, cognizant that not just of the positive numbers, as Dr. O'Donnell's email stressful for me this afternoon. I was surprised to see that we were thinking about that already, but I was reassured by our subsequent discussion that it's not just the numbers, but we're talking about the numbers of people that are actually sick, where the rate of rise in the hospital capacity. I realize I'm totally running out of time. I would like you to vote yes for the interim plan. I think it's a great plan if conservative. We also need to remember that being in shape tends to reduce the likelihood of ARDS. That's all I have time for, I guess.
Thank you, Dr. Klinke. Jennifer Moeni, I see your hand raised. If you would like to introduce yourself and where you reside in the district.
Okay, my name is Jennifer Moeni. I'm in Ferguson Township. First, I wanted to thank you for all your work on these complex issues. I had mainly two topics. The long sleeves required under uniforms for practices. I was wondering if there was evidence or data for skin-to-skin transmission of COVID. So just wondering the rationale behind that requirement. And also in reference to the lightning and risk of play. Personally, I had the unfortunate experience in college to have a soccer teammate killed by lightning during one of our soccer practices. With the discussion on that earlier, I know those risks of lightning firsthand. And still, we are in favor of fall sports. Along those lines, parents need to be factored into the guidelines and not excluded. There have been multiple times through the years that we have been there at practices and games when we were able to get our boys to safety due to storms rolling in. The presence of parents is essential not only for that reason, but also in the case of a student's potential injury during an event. And that's all I have. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Moeni. Is anyone else in attendance who would like to make a public comment? Rebecca Martin, if you could introduce yourself and where you reside in the district.
Hello, my name is Jim Martin. I'm speaking on behalf of my family. Where do I live? It's Ferguson Township. And I have a son who's in school, and I have two children who have gone through the State College school system. I'm also a physician in town and colleague of Dr. Sebastianelli's. My comments are, I think we've lost perspective somewhat of this virus. If you look, as far as I'm aware, there have been no hospitalizations at Mountain Indian Medical Center, any children or any kids under the age of 18. And I really feel the kids are relatively safe, even with disease for the most part. The people that we need to protect are older people, or the people that have multiple medical issues, which aren't our children. I think our children are going to suffer much more from the mental health aspects of not participating in sports and not going to school than having the opportunity to do those things. So I'm speaking on behalf of continuing to attend school as well as sports, and I think both are equally important. That's some of my comments.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Martin. Douglas Glannert, I see your hand raised. If you could introduce yourself and where you reside in the district, and then you will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Doug Glannert. I live in Patton Township. I had the opportunity to witness high school students' passion at the outside rally regarding social racism behavior. I value what they said, their conduct, and their beliefs, which I agree with. Human life is very valuable. Every chance I have to speak with any student, any child, any human is very valuable to me. I don't want to see any child on my street have any issues. Today, in State College, a daycare center was closed due to a baby testing positive. All children were sent home. And here's the difficult question, and it pains me to say this, and it's going to pain you to hear it from me. Does the State College Area School District value life higher than our federal government? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glannert. James Beebe, I see your hand raised. If you would like to introduce yourself and where you reside in the district, and you'll have to hit unmute.
Hello.
Hi, we're able to hear you.
Okay, my name's James Beebe. I'm live in College Township. I have a senior, Nicholas, who plays football and wrestles for you. He's a senior this year. And the work that he's been doing all summer long and the rest of his teams, and they've been putting a lot of effort in and forging friendships and bonds that we need in this country. And as you see what's going on around this country, we seem to be losing the social aspects of working together, building a team, and working together instead of working against each other. And for that reason, I would like to see you at least give them a chance to go out and be the team that they've been. Most of these boys have been playing since 8th grade. I've watched them grow up. They're all becoming fine young gentlemen, and they need to have their own chance to go out. And not only the football team, but all the other sports and all the other clubs that need a chance for the people to work together, because we need that. If we don't do that, where this country's heading is not good. So I please would like you to take the consideration of letting them participate in their sport or their club or whatever they need, and to keep them in school because they need it. If we don't do that, the consequences, I hate to think of where it's going to go. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Beebe. Okay, is there anyone else here in attendance who would like to make a public comment? Okay, Billy Splain, I see your hand up. If you would like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself and where you reside in the district.
How you doing, folks?
Hi, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Billy Splain. I'm in Center Hall on a website called pafootballnews.com. I'd like to make a few comments based on my experience through this entire COVID episode. I've worked with school districts from all over the state and with the PIAA and the PSFCA, that's the Pennsylvania State Football Coaches Association. We've done tons and tons of research on this, and I understand the doctor's points. However, I would also like to state that we're working with the groups like the National Federation of High School Football and different coaches associations all over the country. We believe that fall sports can be done safely. I've traveled the entire state all summer long while the kids have been working out all over the place. And I can tell you right now that I have seen nothing but due diligence in following the rules and trying to be as safe as they can. These coaches and their coaching staff and the kids want this to happen. They are the last people on earth that are going to break the rules and put their seasons in jeopardy. Seasons that are very important to these kids and their communities and their parents. I've had the unfortunate pleasure to write many articles this year involving children who would have been with their sports entities, as in cross country or golf or whatever it might have been, or football, who unfortunately lost their lives because they were not with the people that they could have been around. They've gotten in trouble. Some have been put in jail. This is not just something that is a sport to a lot of kids. This is a lifeblood to the kids. And I hope this board, who has done a lot of work, and we appreciate the work all you boards do, but this is something that's more than just a sport. I've also done a lot of research on a lot of the numbers, and if the board please, I would like to send some research through email. But the numbers from June 1st until now, we are near a 1% death rate nationwide. Hospitalizations have bottomed out. They are very, very low. This is not something that it was the first 3 months we've had it. I just want you all to really take a look at some of the data. I will send it to you, and take a look at some of the data nationwide, because this is very important. And these kids depend on the mental stability, and they depend on a lot more. I could talk for 20 minutes, but I'm down to 10 seconds. So I'll just say, please do your research before you vote. This is a very important thing to all kids of all sports.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Splain. Tara Hohenschult, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. If you would like to speak, unmute yourself, and then if you could introduce yourself and where you reside in the district.
You pronounced my last name correctly. Thank you so much. My name is Tara Hohenschult. My husband Dennis and I are residents of Boalsburg and Harris Township, and we have a 9th grader at the high school, and we also have a 5th grader and a kindergartner at Mount Nittany Elementary School. And I am also the girls lacrosse coach at the state at State High. So we got done our first week of tryouts when everything shut down. And I have to tell you, it was one of the most devastating moments in my 22 years of coaching, to have 50 young women and a coaching staff that was ready and willing to go, as well as an athletic department that was prepared to do whatever it took to stay and play. To see that kind of shut down was definitely devastating this past spring. And I have to tell you that just throughout the last 6 months under Mr. Weekland and Mr. Crisple's guidance and leadership, and watching to see what our coaching staffs have done, we've met weekly throughout the last 6 months. And I know that whatever policies and procedures that have been put in place for return to play have been followed to it. And if you look at the numbers to date, I think everybody within the school district is more than willing to follow everything. I mean, I'm so excited to see that there have been no positive cases since the first day of school to date. So, from the staff, from the faculty, as well as the students within the district. And, I think there was a lot of passion and just strength within the student athletes that were able to speak and present to you today. And from a coaching standpoint, I've worked with Dr. Sebastianelli as a coach within the Penn State athletic family. I think everything that he presented was on point. I also know that what procedures have been put forth by the school district, as well as the athletic department,
have worked as well. And as a coach within the school district, I'm just asking that these fall student athletes are given the chance to compete. I think it would be fair to say, like, hey, let's start and evaluate as we go. And that's it. Good luck. Thank you so much for letting me have a moment here.
Thank you so much for your comments. Jim Skordas, if you would like to speak, you can unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You'll need to push the unmute button in the bottom left-hand corner. There we go. Okay, I think we're not catching your audio. Mr. Skordas, if you can hear us, we're not able to hear you. Okay, I'm going to move on to Angie Erdley. Ms. Erdley, if you'd like to speak, you can unmute yourself and introduce yourself and where you reside in the district.
Hi, my name is Angie Erdley, and I reside in Ferguson Township. I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and I also want to thank you for all the hard work I know that has been put into this. I have a high school sophomore who's a swimmer. And just so you know, and kind of to reiterate what Tara had said about how devastating it was for the kids in March to be shut down. You know, our kids that were swimmers, they got, I'll tell you what, the PIAA shut them down they couldn't even compete in finals on the second day. They did their prelims and weren't able to compete in finals. It was devastating, a tough decision that was made, and people had to live with that. And it was difficult. The kids then stayed masked, did what they were supposed to, went virtual. And this summer, the kids were able to compete, which was great. It was fantastic. And our young swimmer was able to compete and no issues. Everything was fantastic. It was great. And they've gone to the Y 3 days a week, able to compete. And the difference in the level and the psyche of the kids, just from the time when they were shut down and then the ability to compete together, what a change. And I think going into this and going into this school year and the ability to go to school, even though it was every other day, has been amazing. It has been fantastic, just that level of normalcy. And I hope that you vote yes to allow these kids the opportunity to compete. It's such a small point in their lives, such a small time, and that ability to connect, to be with their friends and to compete and do the things that they love. What a great opportunity. And I know that there's risk. I think we all understand that there is risk in everything, but that's the beauty of sports. The beauty of sports is for kids to be passionate and to be able to do the things that they love and to take chances and to build in those relationships to grow. It's so incredibly important. And not that we're not taking this virus seriously, but we have to also look at those numbers. And that is the thing. I don't think that the numbers show that it is something for us to be so afraid of. And shouldn't we, instead of hiding at home, shouldn't we stand up and face it and fight? Thank you for the opportunity. I hope you take this into consideration and let's do what's best for the kids. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Erdley. Terry Moore, I see your hand raised. If you would like to introduce yourself and where you reside in the district.
Yes, I'm Terry Moore, and I am in Ferguson Township. I just wanted to speak briefly to say Dr. Sebastianelli mentioned that he thinks everyone should ask the athletes if they want to play or what they want to do, because I know a lot of college athletes stepped away from fall sports about football or whatnot. I think we heard tonight that they do want to play. I mean, we've heard from all the different sports, and the consensus that I see is these kids want to play sports. And I think if they're going to find a way to do it, if we don't offer them sports through the school, they'll find them somewhere else, and travel teams, whatnot. People mentioned the risk of that. And I think that's a serious risk. Ultimately, it's the parents that are responsible for the health and safety of their own children. You've given us plenty of options. Go in person to school, do, remote, do virtual. And I think we can all feel comfortable with that, with whatever we chose to do. So no one needs to go do sports if they don't want to do it. We're not forcing anyone to do it, but for the kids that want to, it's important to them for many reasons. I mean, it just helps keep kids off the streets, keeps them off drugs, alcohol, anxiety and depression, or issues with mental health issues at our school. I think all these things, sports really does help with a lot of that. So I hope that you vote that you'll continue with sports at school, because I think it's really important to our kids. And also, I did want to say one other thing. My son does do football. However, all sports aren't equal. If you really can't do football, I mean, cross country is different. So is tennis, so is golf. They're all different sports, and they all have different levels of, social distancing. So keep that in mind as well. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Miranda Dincher, if you would like to speak, I see your hand raised. If you would like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself and where you reside in the district.
Hello, my name's Miranda Dincher. I reside in Patton Township. We are new to the State College area and new to the football family. The other day, because all the kids are hybrid, I was listening in to a math class, and the teacher went around the room and she asked all kids what they were most looking forward to. And besides being present in school, every kid listed the sport they were playing. So it was an emotional moment for me, because we really need to listen to these kids. The second thing I wanted to say is we talk so much about football and how we're so concerned about contact. The average football play in high school lasts 5.6 seconds. So you talked a lot in your past meetings about that 10 to 15 minute window. They would never, ever be across an opponent for that long. Think about 5.6 seconds. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Skordas, I see your hand raised again. If you would like to unmute yourself, introduce yourself and where you reside in the district. Okay, I think he dropped off. Is there anyone else here waiting to make a public comment? Oh, Mr. Rainey, I see your hand raised. If you'd like to unmute yourself and where you reside in the district.
Sorry about that. Yes, this is Todd Bainey. I live in Patton Township. I'm currently the girls soccer booster club president. Not only does my daughter play soccer, she is hopeful to wrestle this winter. In fact, that's why I raised my hand, because of what the last person mentioned about football and the average length of a football play. My daughter actually was on a club sport this past summer. She wrestled. She went out to M2 in Pleasant Gap and trained with kids all over the state, if not all, some kids from the Mid-Atlantic area. She actually wrestled in a tournament here in State College at C3 Sports. There were thousands of people there in attendance back in July. The regulation match is 6 minutes long. From this event in July, there was not one case of COVID reported after. The folks that ran the event followed all the procedures that the PIAA recommended, even though they don't have to because it was a club-run sport. It's been very emphasized tonight about doing the right thing for the kids mentally. What I witnessed in July and all the way through, these kids have worked hard. They deserve the opportunity. We have nothing but choices in this country, and we need to continue with that. Give these kids a choice and let them play. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bainey. I think that wraps up our public comment for this evening. I don't see anyone else looking to make a comment. So at this point, we'll move on with the agenda, looking at future agenda planning. We have a meeting on Wednesday, and the plan for the interim athletic plan will be on that agenda, as well as some other action items and information discussion items. At this time, I would like a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved, Grant.
Adele, second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. All in favor of adjourning? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, then we are adjourned. And again, we'll be meeting again on Wednesday evening.